Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Hello, Finger Lakes. We're on our way. And of course, Dave will be right next to us, and he'll probably be whispering. Hello, welcome to Finger Lakes on a Monday. Overcast skies, maybe a touch of rain, and we are ready to race. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Racing today at Finger Lakes.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Off just a beat slow there was the favorite Sky's winning bid, but she recovers nicely. On the front end, there's Hillbilly Lady and Vroom Vroom. These two go at it with Sky's winning bid right outside of them in third. Along the inside, Northumberland was just passed by Cozy Magic. The trailer's Dreamery, she's a half a dozen from the front. The lead belongs to Hillbilly Lady. She won the scrum up the backstretch through a 23-2 opening quarter. Vroom Vroom to the inside of the heavy favorite, Sky's winning bid, who's getting ready to roll. She just moved into second as Hillbilly Lady leads. Hillbilly Lady, Sky's winning bid. On the outside, Cozy Magic moves up to the inside. Northumberland backpedaling goes Vroom Vroom. The trailer's Dreamery. The leader is still Hillbilly Lady. Hillbilly Lady went to half in 47-4. She's held off the favorite Sky's winning bid so far. Down the center is Cozy Magic. Hillbilly Lady wanders to the inside. Sky's winning bids under a drive. Far outside, Cozy Magic just stormed to the lead. Cozy Magic battling back Hillbilly Lady, but Cozy Magic going to draw off to a convincing win. She wins it by 2.5 at the end. It got close for a second. Looked like Hillbilly Lady held $2 exacta 4-2, $158 even. 50-cent try, 425. 68.25, and the 10-cent super, 4256, 76. The gate. And they're off. The Wipers on the bus. Busts out of the gate and opens up a length lead on a Frio to the outside in second. Now rushing up along the inside is Drinking Solo, who moves into second. It leaves on a Frio third. Sal's Brothers fourth. Then we come back along the inside, moving up a bit, is One With Everything. He's shadowed by Sal's brother and Goroquiz at the back. The Wipers on the bus is up front, 23-3, with Drinking Solo now off the rail, chasing in second. Anafrio begins to backpedal in third as One With Everything continues a forward march in fourth. Sal's brothers under a ride, and at the back, it's Goroque. The Wipers on the bus spurts away to a 2-length lead. Drinking Solo giving chase, One With Everything along the inside. They went to half in 47-3. Off the turn into the stretch, the Wipers on the bus opened up a 3-length lead. Jackie Davis goes left-handed, and the Wipers on the bus is now in front by 5. The Wipers on the bus go left and right. The Wipers on the bus went fast and forward today. She won it by 6. Then 50-cent try, 142, $3.85. 10-cent super, 1425, $1.16. Race 3 comes up next. It's to load is Noble Journey. They're in the gate, and they're off on the far outside. Jacoba shows first now between horses. There's Stone Guitar, and at the rail, CJ's Grand Slam. Back in third now is Devious Banker. Fourth, moving up the inside, is Tacony Road. Noble Journey's fifth. Along the rail is Golden Rain. And after breaking alert lead, Jacoba is at the back of the pack. Stone Guitar at a big price leads them. Stone Guitar 22-4, an opening quarter there for Stone Guitar. Devious Banker and CJ's Grand Slam mixing it up for second. Then Tacony Road, far outside, Noble Journey trying to get into the mix as well. 3 lengths back to Golden Rain. The trailer's Jacoba. The leader's Stone Guitar. Stone Guitar takes them to the half mile by a length. Devious Banker ratchets up the pressure. CJ's Grand Slam gives way, 46-2. The half off the turn and into the stretch. Stone Guitar's trying to see it through. CJ's Grand Slam, a re-rally at the rail. Devious Banker, then Tacony Road from the back. Stone Guitar's almost home. Tacony Road with big strides down the center between Devious Banker. Stone Guitar, flag fall to that. It's all at a big price. Then it was 5413, $113.85. Race 4 comes up next. Starts today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch. They're in the gate, and they're off. There goes Jayla for the lead to the inside. The favorite, Settling Storm. Between horses, Jason Liam, Andre Worry takes a hold of her. To the outside is Turn Up the Music, and Frankie's Rose trails the field early. The favorites in front, Settling Storm from her inside draw has the lead. Jayla just a length back in second. Towards the inside is Jason Liam, battling for third with Turn Up the Music. Frankie's Rose is last. She's just 7.5 from the lead. A 25-2 easy opening quarter for Settling Storm. Settling Storm and Cabarcoa a measured length. Jayla sitting second just to the outside of the favorite. 2 lengths back to Jason Liam. Just inside of Turn Up the Music and about 4 more to Frankie's Rose. They make their way up the backstretch and head towards the far turn. Settling Storm, 51 seconds flat for the half. Settling Storm's had it her own way. Jayla's been latched on, less than a length behind in second. To the inside, Jason Liam loses a touch of ground. Turn Up the Music just moved into third. Far back to Frankie's Rose. They're midway on the turn. Settling Storm. Jayla turns up the pressure. These two have opened up 4 on the duo of Turn Up the Music and Jason Liam. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch through 3/4 and 1:15 and 4. Jayla just put her head in front of Settling Storm. Settling Storm battles back along the inside. Settling Storm inside. Jayla outside. Settling Storm reemerges with the lead. She's opened up another length and a half on Jayla, who's giving chase, but it is futile chase. They come down to the line. Settling Storm gets the job done by 2. Then it was Jayla, Turn Up the Music, and Jason Liam. 50-cent pick 3, 151, $32.62. 50-cent pick 4, 4151, $191.50. Race 5 comes up next. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Compute It goes to the lead. Challenged in between horses by King Kali. Then Seminarians in the mix as well. Back 2.5 lengths to Holloway. The favorite Alfgar has one beaten. It's Castle Cove Spirit. King Kali makes his way to the front. Seminarian right alongside. Dropping back just a bit is Compute It. Moving up along the rail is Holloway through a 23-3 tepid opening quarter. The favorite Alfgar is 5th, moving between horses. Still 3.5 from the front. About 4 or 5 back to Castle Cove Spirit, who's already under a drive. They're midway on the turn. Seminarian trying to turn up the pressure on King Kali. Here comes Compute It with a 3-wide bid. Alfgar, Emmanuel Di Diego just waiting for some running room. 48 for the half. Along the insides, Holloway. Off the turn and into the stretch, led by King Kali. Now Alfgar alters course to the inside as he's chasing after King Kali. King Kali's almost home. He has a length lead. Alfgar coming up the inside. It's King Kali and Alfgar. King Kali. Alfgar gets closer. King Kali held him. King Kali and Eck. That's 38.40. $2 exact to 3-4, 57 even. 50-cent try, 3-4-6, 68.82. 10-cent super, 3-4, 6-5, $20.62. And they're off. From between horses, there goes Little Maze for the lead. She's chased intently by Crystal to her outside. Along the inside, there's Frankie C in third, the firster. Disco Princess trying to keep up in fourth. To the rail is My Little One. 4 deep is Love Thyself, and the trailer is Ain't No Lady. Little Maze and Crystal go at it as they make their way to the far turn. Little Maze inside, Crystal outside, 23-2 for the opening quarter. Disco Princess trying to chime in from third, along with Love Thyself, who's outside in fourth. Gap of 6, back to Frankie C. Then Ain't No Lady and My Little One. They're making their way to the top of the stretch, led by Little Maze. She's held off Crystal so far. A fresh challenge from Love Thyself and Disco Princess. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Little Maze trying to see it through. Here's Love Thyself with a full head of steam, and Love Thyself just went right on by Little Maze. Love Thyself coming to the 16th pole with an easy 2-length lead. Little Maze trying to hold Disco Princess for the place. She won't. It's all Love Thyself by 4. Then Disco Princess, Little Maze, and Crystal for a Peaceful Persuasion. Scratch the 2 and 4 from race 8. Race 7 comes your way. The start of the late double in a little over 23 minutes. And they're off. Sharpaz broke a little slowly there. Going for the lead is Scaramanga. Now Sharpaz rushes up with John Davila Jr. into contention. It's Scaramanga and now Sharpaz. Between those two, Golden M Hills fighting it out as well. Gap of 3. Super Rocca moves up along the inside. Then Fighter Kite. And the trailer is Kingdom of Paws. Sharpaz made his way to the lead. It's Sharpaz. Fitting right between Sharpaz and Scaramanga was Golden M Hills. So 3 across the track as they head to the turn. It's Sharpaz, then Golden M Hills. Scaramanga begins to backpedal a bit. Up the inside comes Super Rocker at a big price. Then we come back to Kingdom of Paws and Fighter Kite. Sharpaz Davila goes to work. He cuts the corner and opens up a 2-length lead. Golden Hills trying to keep up. Super Rocker trying to make ground along the inside. So too is Kingdom of Paws, who's right along the rail. They're in deep stretch. Almost home is Sharpaz. Scaramanga re-rallies. Super Rockers at the rail. Sharpaz, Scaramanga, Sharpaz, Scaramanga, Sharpaz, a half length. 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exact the try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 2 looking grand, then the 4, peaceful persuasion. Scratch the 2 and 4 out of race 8. Post time for the hardly workings in. They're in the gate, and they're off. There goes Zuka Race for the lead. A host of pursuers early, though. Blue Lieutenant's right there, and Blue Lieutenant takes the lead away from Zuka Race. It's Blue Lieutenant a length. Then Zuka Race back in second. Third's hardly working. Fourth, between horses, there's Dance with Jake to the inside. Moving into fourth now as She Speaks Well. And the trailer early is Reunion Tour. Blue Lieutenant a length and a half. Through an opening quarter of 23 and 1. Tracked by Zuka Race in second. Now Zuka Race turns up the pressure and goes after the leader. Blue Lieutenant and Zuka Race, match race. They got 3 on Hardly Working, who has 3 on She Speaks Well, and Dance with Jake. And from the back, Reunion Tour starts to kick in gear. She still has 7 or 8 to make up. Blue Lieutenant won't let Zuka Race by. They went the half in 47 and 1. It's Blue Lieutenant inside of Zuka Race. These two have been going at it pretty much from the start. She Speaks Well coming up the inside in the blue. It's still Blue Lieutenant. Zuka Race trying to get the better of her. She just put her head in front, but battling back Blue Lieutenant. Blue Lieutenant put her head. Now a half length. Now a length back in front. Zuka Race up the inside. She Speaks Well. Close to home, though. Blue Lieutenant gate to wire by a length and a half.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to week number 6 here in Farmington, New York. We kick off day 13 of the 2024 meet with a fast track. Temperature in the 70s, some clouds that are going to give way to sun, and a carryover in the pick 6 of $1,266 and some change. Here are the changes for the Monday races. In the first, we start the early pick 4 in race number 1 as well as the early double. Scratch the 5, Kaz Music. Race 1, scratch the 5, Kaz Music. Race 2, overweight for the 4, Bankers Blaney. 1 pound over. Race 3 kicks off, the $1 pick 6, with that carryover of $1,266. No changes in the third. The fourth starts today's pick 5. Overweight on the 1, money making Kaz, 5 pounds over. Rider change on the 2, Old Point. It's Anthony Rodriguez. Anthony Rodriguez rides the 2, and you can scratch the 5, East Coast Girl. They got the 5, East Coast Girl, in race number 4, the start of today's pick 5. Race 5 kicks off the late pick 4. Overweight on the 1, Bold Force, 3 pounds over. Overweight on the 5, Silent Spectre, 2 pounds over. And a rider change for the 6, Riley B, to Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett rides the 6, Riley B, in race 5, the start of the late pick 4. Race 6 kicks off the last pick 3 of the day. Overweight on the 2, Tech Doin, 1 pound over. And scratch the 3 with dashing speed. Race 6, scratch the 3 with dashing speed. Race number 7 kicks off the late double. Scratch the 1A, Trivia. 1A Trivia is out of race number 7. And in today's finale, race number 8. Scratch the 1, Joe's Had Enough. Take out the 1. And an additional workout for the 3, Reiner. May 29th, here at Finger Lakes. 4 furlongs over a sloppy track. Breezing out of the gate in 48 and 2. That worked for the 3, Reiner, in race number 8. Again, fast track. Race 3 kicks off the pick 6 with a carryover of $1,266.96. Coming up next, the Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes with yours truly and my man, Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with our track announcer, Anthony Stabile.
What's happening, bud?
Too much.
That was the weekend, though, right?
Trying to remember everything that happened. I think I roped into going to a country concert. Never been to one of those before.
Really? Who'd you see?
I have no idea.
Oh, how are they?
Brandon Gilbert. Brandon Gilbert. What's the? Do you know any country singers?
Wow. There's one guy I like, my good friend Michael Imperio and his wife Libby, who runs the Belmont Child Care Association. She's the president of the Belmont Child Care Association. Wow, what's Parker's last name? They introduced me to this guy, Parker, man, that's the worst.
Well,
I don't want to look at it. Parker, maybe McCollum. So Michael and Libby named some of their horses after some of his songs.
Oh, okay.
One of them was Handle on You. He just toured with, I'm going to botch this too. I was at the Meadowlands on Preakness Day.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a tour with more tour, but I've been to about 300 concerts in my life.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen a tour with more tour buses in my entire life. This is going to drive me nuts. I have to look. I haven't gone to
Well,
the
why you do that?
Drive are going to drive me absolutely crazy.
Now, we've done country concerts right here at Finger Lakes, by the way. We did the Guitars and Stars in the past.
Okay.
I think we're going to be bringing that back, at least some kind of concerts. I mean, not this year, but maybe in the future.
Parker McCullum. He's fantastic.
Is he?
He is fantastic. He was one of the opening acts for the bigger act. Let me see who he's touring with.
Okay. Well, take your time. We're only doing a show here.
Yeah. Well, whenever you're
We're
ready.
only doing a handicapping show.
I'm ready for you. Who's Brian? Oh, that guy.
Okay, yeah, that guy's popular. That guy's popular. All the girls
So there
like
you
him.
go. Yeah.
But yeah, the band was actually really good. I mean, I'm not into like the country how they sing and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm more of a rock guy, but
Yeah,
the band was phenomenal. Like the guitarist was actually he was playing lead stuff. They played a little Godsmack at the end.
That
that
works. Oh my god,
I was just trying not to get in a fight, to be honest.
I'm a disturbed Metallica Godsmack guy.
Okay.
I've seen Godsmack actually open for
That's
Metallica.
good music.
Yeah, that's good music.
If you lift weights, you listen to that stuff. I just tell you. I can see you going to the countries.
I lift pizzas. Racing form.
You're into fitness.
So yeah, fitness, whole pizza in my mouth.
Okay, let's actually do a handicapping show here.
Yeah.
Although I don't mind critiquing the show.
What's up with the garb today?
Well, so this is Project Rock.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big Stone
I'm a
Cold
Stone
fan.
Cold guy, yeah.
I mean, this is the Brahma Bull. I mean, how do you feel about me wearing this Project
I
Rock
gotta
jacket?
tell you,
It
I
doesn't
don't know.
matter how that makes you feel. Only wrestling people.
Wow, this guy just hit the rock on me today. Okay, it's
All
always
right.
start day 13. We got it, buddy.
All right,
do
let's
it.
actually do a handicapper show.
Okay.
11 to 9 claimer. I don't think you ever see another handicapper show do that, but we go 6
No.
furlongs in the first race. Kind of a big scratch. The 5 Kaz Music, or certainly looked like he fit in that race. Yeah, I had trouble. There's still some speed in here. You do have the horse on the outside for Mark Tasso, from Belterra with speed. Motley Sue's got a little speed. A little worried about what Amari Fire's going to do. The horse doesn't really show that she passes horses, but she chased after Bustin' Roxy last time in her first start off the layoff, and I thought she actually ran pretty well to hang in there and was a clear second over Sweet Sugar Baby. Now, I'd like to see a little more of a stalking trip here from Amari Fire, and I'm just going to make the assumption that maybe she could pass horses to get the victory. It's one of the things I don't like with stalking types, Anthony, is do they pass that horse?
That's the problem, right?
Right,
So
that's
you
the only
just-
problem I have with the horse, but I
You know
I
why I
see
like
the trip.
you?
I
You
see
know
the
why I
trip.
love you, Dave? I do. After 5 weeks, I love you, especially as a
Okay.
pawn. I'm going to tell you why.
Because I like to ride?
Because you do the same nonsense that I do sometimes.
Okay.
You just gave 2 reasons not to like the
Not
horse,
to
you
like
still
the
pick the
horse.
horse.
Right.
I do the same thing.
Okay.
And I agree with you. Listen, the complexion of this race, I didn't like Kaz Music today. So to me, I lose a lot of value in the race because I wanted to bet against Kaz Music.
Okay.
I thought Kaz Music was going to take some money, so the race kind of loses a little bit of its flair. For me.
Probably would have been the favorite. At least
I think he
would
would
have
have
battled
been
for
first or
favoritism.
second
Right?
choice, absolutely, and I didn't like him in here. He added to a crowded front end, I thought, right? I thought he
Yeah,
would show a little speed.
there's some. These girls
There's still
are fast, yeah.
Amori Fire and Lana Likes Choo Choos. I mean, Lana Likes Choo Choos scratched at least once. We haven't seen her now for 9.5 months. I cannot imagine that Mark Tasso is bringing her back here to rate her today from the outside draw.
No, she's gone.
She's gone. But she's got to go 6 off 9.5 months.
Right.
I don't know how much I'm in love with that. I know. I left her off the board like you did. But what does that do to Amori Fire? She's going to be breathing down her neck because she's outside of her. Unless you let her cross and then you use the target at
See,
her.
I'm,
But then is everybody else going to give up their position?
well, I'm hoping Motley Sue tries to be aggressive from. I don't know if she's fast enough.
She's not.
But
I don't think she is.
But she's a horse that, the thing with Motley Sue, she hasn't proven that she really can sit and pounce either. I mean, she's from the rail. She could be try aggressive, maybe have them pass over her and then try to chase them down.
Well, you know what's funny?
It's the same type of thing.
Her breaking poorly last time may have been a blessing in disguise,
Maybe.
right? Maybe it's in the long run, it's going to help because I think it did show that she could pass some horses last time.
Okay.
So now I think the 4 and the 6 go. She pockets up with John Davila, and she gets first run on the leaders. One horse coming off a 9.5 month break, and another horse we don't think really wants. Because I agree with you 100%. I don't know if Amori Fire wants to pass horses, and I don't know if she can get in front of Lana Likes Choo Choos.
No.
I don't think she can.
But maybe Motley Sue is aggressive and tries to hold
I
her
don't.
rail.
I think if I'm John Davila and I'm Chris Englehart, and I love the fact that he ran her for a nickel for the waiver, and now he bumped her to the 11. She ran well off the bench last time
Yes, she did.
after the start. I would just sit and let them go. I don't ride them though. I would be this morning. I would be about 250 overweight to ride this morning. So I mean, I would just put this horse in the 3 hole and let them go. I like Motley Sue. So part of the reason I like Motley Sue is I thought there were going to be 2 or 3 of them going for me. They're probably still going to be 2 of them, or at least 1.5. Amori Fire has to put some pressure on this horse. So I like Motley Sue a lot today.
Yeah, and the best true closer, I thought, is Sweet Sensation. Maybe her running style benefits her here at 6 furlongs if they do stop up front. Depends on how this track's going to play. Again, how much rain are we expecting today?
I think it's done.
I hope so.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be nice the next 3 days.
We really didn't get a lot
No.
over the last couple of days.
I wanted 1s and 2s in here. Even though I walked in with Michael DeVilla Jr., it was great seeing Michael. My dad had his book 25 years ago down in New York and down at Aqueduct in Belmont. And I hadn't seen Michael in a while. I stopped by the Johnsons a couple of times. But I didn't get a chance to run into him. I got to see him this morning
Mike.
walking in. That's the oldest trick in the book, Dave.
Michael's right. This is the best I've seen Michael do
Doing great.
since he was an apprentice here years ago.
Couple of three baggers.
He's,
Yep.
he's riding so well. It's not, he's just passing the eye test of how he's riding horses.
But more
too.
often than not, the first horseman or woman I see walking in gets the job done. So maybe that's the sign for Mikey doing the first. I don't know.
Is that
That's big for me.
that's a jinx?
It's the reverse. It's the reverse reverberation. I don't know what.
So are you a big superstition? I mean, most
Yeah.
gamblers are.
Yeah, I'm a superstitious guy. I used to
Most
be a lot.
gamblers
I used to be a lot worse. I have some real doozies though.
You go on a winter streak. You don't change your shirt for a week type thing.
No, the pen.
Yeah.
Pen's big. You know, Price is Right. The cliffhanger. You ever watched Price is Right?
Not in a million years.
Price is Right. My favorite show when I was a kid was the cliffhanger.
Okay, I know what you're talking
Pricing
about.
game.
I know what you're talking about.
If the yodeler doesn't fall off the cliff, I will
Right.
not bet that day. When he stays in the pocket.
So you watch that just for?
No, if I'm looking to make a big bet that day or I'm gambling, I keep the prices right off. I don't want to see it. If it happens without me, it's like the tree falling in the woods. If nobody's there, does it make a sound? I don't need to see it if I'm going to be making a big bet that day.
I have to think about that one.
It's not a normal one. Don't spend too much time on it. Trust me. I've spent enough time on it for both of us. Don't do it. You're going to go to a bad place.
It does make a sound.
The tree makes a sound?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know?
Because you're asking me, and I'm making the assumption that it is.
Don't you have to be there though to hear
Not
the sound?
necessarily, because I'm saying that it does.
Okay.
I answer the age-old.
You're one of the only people that have ever answered the question, so I appreciate it.
Well, that's your answer. Second race. Yeah, I mean, Jack. It's one of those things where the horses run once. She's got good breeding, or he's got good breeding, and my big thing is he doesn't have to beat much to beat this field. And I'm talking about Jaximus, the 6 horse.
Where do we get the 5-1? Anybody giving that
You're
out?
not getting 5-1.
Nobody's giving that out?
You may get the opposite of that.
Okay.
No, you're not going to get that short. But yeah, because there's some question marks about the horse. Obviously, he ran once. He chased a pretty decent pace for 7 furlongs in New York
On a muddy track.
on a muddy surface.
And
right?
that track, let me tell you, that track at that time was this deep.
Yeah.
Bring it back into the screen. This deep. It was a deep track. So going 47, going 7/8 first time out on that track, they were hoofing it up front. That's a good pace.
Okay.
He'll be on the lead today.
Yeah, judging by the pace figures, they were flying. So I look at that, and yeah, and just look at the competition. I mean, he's going from that field, running that quick, shortening up to 5.5 today, running against Support the Cat, Room Pressure, Uncle Kendrick. He's supposed to win. He's 27-1 in that race. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean he's anything great. He did lose by double digits. I'm just thinking that coming here to Finger Lakes against Star Maidens, it's almost like a huge drop in class for a horse that's got every reason to run with his breeding.
Yeah. I couldn't say anything. There's nothing else to add.
And it's just a matter of, if you like that one, who else are you going to like to make the number? And that's the tough part, I thought, in this race. Who do you put underneath? Uncle Kendrick, maybe just on sharpness, recency, I guess you would say, with a good effort last time, a good number. In a race that did turn out to be pretty decent. I used him second, and then Peanut Butter Toast off of the bench. He did start his career for 11. But the horse has never been off the board, so I can throw him third. That's what I did.
I put Paul Barrow's horse third room pressure. I'm going with room, by the way.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't.
like rheumatoid arthritis, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going with room.
Yeah,
He debuted at Aqueduct, then he came up here. He's been gone a while, so I'm just assuming something was amiss last time. We'll see if he comes back fresh and he runs in one of his races 2-3 back, he's gonna be right there too.
Yeah, I could see that horse improving. And what I was looking at as we talked about the restricted 3-year-old maidens versus the older. That's his 2 best races were against the restricted 3s, but as a 4-year-old, that's the type of horse you could see improve.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, third race is an allowance race. Now the condition is the interesting condition is it's hours of a race other than or never won 4. Well, it just happens to be that they're all 3-time winners.
Yeah, the second condition.
So again,
Creative Racing Office, very good. Good work, ladies and gents.
again, if you're taking notes like I do, you almost like put that in as a 4 lifetime. even though you'll see in the program is a different condition.
Right. It comes in as a money allowance condition, essentially.
Yes.
Right.
But it's a 4 life, and we don't run a lot. We haven't run straight 4 lifetimes hardly at all anymore.
Right.
It used to be
You just don't see them anywhere. You don't really see them anywhere.
They go right from the 3 lifetime to the state bred here, and it didn't used to be that way when we ran. I remember if you won the 4 lifetime here at Finger Lakes, you were 1-9 against the state breds in the next
Right.
race.
Yeah.
That's just how the conditions went, and it always flowed like that. But now, the 4 lifetime, you got to figure this is a pretty tough race because we do have it's actually a true 4 lifetime. Now, with that said, again, a horse that's kind of knocking at the door, but I like the race that she comes out of. I'm talking about Lincolnville Beach. I mean, you just look at Company Kept. The last race for Lincolnville Beach was against a very sharp horse off of the layoff. Talking about Little Miss Sunshine, who was very impressive that day. Now, was she a threat to Little Miss Sunshine? Probably not. But here's the other thing. The last time that this horse ran on an unsealed fast racetrack was probably her best race. She won. She is caught off tracks or a sealed track the last 4 starts. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered last race. I don't care. You're not going to beat Little Miss Sunshine. So, with that said, that's kind of the angle I'm going with Lincolnville Beach. I'm just hoping that she can get a trip. There isn't a lot of speed in here. Maybe Darn That Song and Lockbox, who's not that fast, but seems like she wants to lead. But Darn That Song, I thought, might be the inside speed if she can make the front over She's a Wild Joker and Lockbox. And I was hoping Lincolnville Beach might have more of a stalking trip and where that went down.
Well, Darn That Song's supposed to be gone in here on the front end, but she stops.
She does stop.
You know, and her best race was off the pace. I shouldn't say her best race, but her most successful effort was off the pace. And I just don't find a way to make her off the pace in here.
Yeah, it looks like the one race that she had that was good is like she sat.
Her last win in April of last
right.
year, she sat and had a target. There's no target in here.
It depends on how slow she goes though. She's out, if they let her go too easy out there. That's why I had to use her second.
But if they let her go
She's-
if she tries to back, if Harkey tries to back it down, Lockbox will be right on top of it.
Yes, it's just Lockbox not as fast.
Yeah.
But she's a horse that wants to lead, but is just too slow to get it.
Right.
And the day that she did get it in New York was a ridiculously slow pace.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I see it the same way. But Lincolnville Beach, I thought, off of the last race, and again, the point that I was making, I'm hoping for a fast, unsealed track.
You should be all right. Tequila's had 2 careers basically, one outside of Finger Lakes and one here, and her races here have been fantastic, one after another, first or second in all 5 tries. John Buckley takes these horses from down south, and sometimes they really get into a groove here. She did. Second, win, second, and from 5.5 to 1.70 on good tracks, on fast tracks. She did a lot of good here in the limited time she was here last season, and I just think that she's had decent enough races off layoffs, and I think she's the logical upsetter in here. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna bet this race.
Yeah, it's a tough one because Tequila's off. I believe me, if Tequila had a race, I would have put the horse on top, no question.
So
I agree with you. She's probably the best horse in the race.
Fun race to start to pick 6 because it's a little bit of a puzzle. I happen to like Tequila a lot just because of how well she did when she got up here, but
You like Tequila?
I love Tequila.
Okay, that's the first.
I love Tequila.
Okay, yeah, let's start.
Casamigos Blanco, in case anybody's wondering.
Say what?
Casamigos Blanco. That's the kind of tequila I drink.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do a bite.
Me and Rudy Rodriguez have done a lot of damage. Casamigos Blancos.
All right, we had a big scratch in the 4th. I mean, scratch the 5 East Coast girl. You knew that horse was going to take money.
I was going to use her defensively, but I was going to bet against her as well today.
Yeah, I mean, she was one of those, why don't they try her with a big step up to an allowance race off of the claim for 5?
I actually like that move.
Do you?
I'm going to tell you why I like the move. They bought her for 5, right? They claimed her for 5.
Yeah.
So the winner of this gets 11. If she gets claimed, which they would have probably, somebody would have probably claimed her, it's 11, and let's say she would have won or run second, they make money with her. I think it's a smart move.
It's East Coast girl. Yeah, that's what
Can't play today.
we're saying she, but I think it's a he because it's originally, I believe, but it's just the name kind of throws it off. It's East Coast girl.
Got me in the call the other day.
Yeah.
Yep, it got me. It is what it is.
I'm looking at it from a pace standpoint now. With that one out, it's a big scratch, helping out Escape Mission, who looks to be the main speed now with East Coast Girl out. I mean, Escape Mission was in a bad position because East Coast Girl's probably faster, where he's probably trying to hold his position inside of East Coast Girl. Now, with that one out, I think he's the fastest horse early in here. I think he makes the lead. I mean, he didn't win by much last time, but he won, and this is a little bit tougher field, but I think from a pace standpoint, he might be able to just go easy in 47 to the half and win this one.
You know, we had Bustin' Away, My Bronx Baby, Tralad win the first 2-3 weeks of the meet, and they were all pretty impressive. This horse's win may have been one of the more impressive wins, just because he was under the gun every single step of the way off nearly 6 months, and he kept battling and finding and got the job done. And I thought the race may have come up a bit faster, even though it was a slow time, just because of how much work he did. But the buyer figure came up pretty similar to what he went to the bench doing.
Yeah, he did.
Man, I think if he can move forward off that race, and I think he can, he's got to be tough to handle today, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, it just got to keep the same form and then get that tactical advantage.
And he's supposed to get it now.
He's supposed to get
There's
it.
no pressure in here. Central Love has route speed. There's no
Right,
distance.
there's no
No
speed.
sprint speed there. He's supposed to be, gone on the front end, and Mikey's going to ride him. Mikey's not. He didn't mess around last time. He didn't mess around when he went to the bench. He'll get this horse into the proverbial dogfight. It doesn't matter. And you know what I like about him too, Dave? You see, there's 2 photos on this card. He won both of them. I love horses like that win their photos.
See, the thing is, I didn't really like this horse before the scratch.
Oh, I did. I was
Just because of the record at 6 furlongs, though. This horse cannot get 6 furlongs if there's pressure in the race.
But here's what it is, though. His 6 furlong races all came at Aqueduct before they came up here. Right?
Sure, it wasn't Belmont at Aqueduct.
Well, wise guy. So, he's another horse. He's had 2 different careers, basically.
Yeah.
Right? The buyer figures are kind of the same, but he's had 2 different careers. So, up here, he's never had a chance to go 6. He's never had to earn 6.
I think he's going to win going 6 today.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, I think he's going to win going 6. 5th race, 11 to 9 claimer. Again, 3/4, seeing more and more 6 furlong races. My favorite distance, by the way. I like 6. Well, I like 6, and then I like mile 16.
Okay.
I like kind of the old school.
Okay.
Those are the main distances.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, I mean, I like busting credit, but it's just a question of the layoff. Here's the thing. You watched the race that McDonough raced. It was much better than what it looks on paper. I mean, this horse got a horrible, horrible start. Never really in it. Granted, it wasn't the strongest of fields. I mean, Barfly was a horse that was more of a more distance horse that just kind of outfit the field.
But that was the second one in a row.
Yeah, and it wasn't that strong a field, to be honest with you. But I thought the horse, again, I'm giving you reasons not to play the horse, but I thought the race that he ran was still pretty good. To kind of hang in there and run 4th, despite that horrible start, he was making up a little bit of ground at the end. And here's the thing, I'm taking a little shot because I know Busting Credit's going to be I know Busting Credit's the best horse in the race, and he's got a good word. But if the horse is off the layoff, and if there's a horse that's sharp enough with a better start, I think maybe McDonough can pull off the slight upset here.
Okay. I think Bustin' Credit, he's the play of the day.
Okay.
I think he's just going to go right to the top, and I just think he's better than these horses.
He is better than these horses.
Yeah, I think it's that simple. I love the fact that Paul Barrow waited to run him the 3/4 too. Just it shows you the confidence, right? The first work back is the bullet. I know, it was 36. It was it wasn't like there were a handful of horses working. Best of 33. He's just faster than these horses. He's better than he's classier than these horses, and I think Paul has great numbers coming back off these layoffs. He wins at almost 20%. I love that he reaches out for his main man, Andre Worry, now. He's, to me, he's the single in the sequence.
Okay.
I like him a lot.
If the horse, again, another one, if the horse had a race, there's no question.
He's probably going to get another half a point on the board because he doesn't have a race.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
That's
he's going to be a short price.
He's going to be a short. He's going to be 8-5, but he would be 3-5 with a race under his belt. So
He would be lower than
might be lower than that. Right?
Depending on how he did on that race.
Yeah.
6th race, scratch to 3, dashing speed, I guess there really isn't much to really narrow down here. I mean, Eric Ridge, is that how he's...
It's Eric Ridge. It's a submarine. It's submarine sediments just south of Greenland, and it is
Say
Eric.
what?
Yeah, it's just south of Greenland.
What does that even mean?
Well, it means that I'm assuming a submarine went down, and that
There's sediment.
There's
Thank you
sediment
for-
and stuff.
Thank you for that
Growing
explaining.
algae. I don't know. I'm not a marine biologist, buddy. I'm a racetrack announcer.
Thank you for explaining that. What's a submarine?
But I was looking up.
Oh, a submarine
I
means
was looking up the pronunciation because they tried to sneak that 3-2 slaughter by me in there with the extra I.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't
that's,
Eric
that's,
or.
that's
it
why I was
Eric.
asking it, because they have that extra
Yeah.
I in there. Does that change the
It's
pronunciation?
Eric.
Well, either way, this horse is supposed to beat our maidens. Open $40,000 maiden, the horse ran second, going 7 furlongs. And it was this year at Keeneland. I mean, that race is way better than this race.
Every figure.
Every
trumps
figure,
Every
yeah.
figure of every other horse in the race. But
But,
if you Game of Thrones fans out there, you know what Ned Stark said about Butt.
say what?
Game of Thrones, one of the main characters that got killed off in the first season was Ned Stark. He said everything before Butt is bull. Is bull.
Okay.
I don't necessarily believe that's the case here. You're going to ask a tonalist to go 5.5.
Right.
That's the only bugaboo here. And the other problem is, save the one race 2 back at the fairgrounds. He does not particularly have a lot of speed. So when I say I think Bustin' Credit's the single today, when you look at this horse's speed figures and say to yourself, well, how isn't this horse a single? He's not the single because this isn't 6 or a mile and 70.
Right. And
This
he's
is
against-
5.5.
And you make the point, it's against it from a pace standpoint.
Right? And I would imagine that Pentangeli, great name, comes back fresh for Paul from the rail, although his work tag nowhere near as spectacular as Bustin' Credits. But I would imagine this horse who's shown speed in the past shows some aggressiveness fresh off the layoff from the rail. And it gives Joe West a target. Last time Joe West had to go get himself involved, off the layoff, do the dirty work, first time Lasix. I mean, he broke out of there like a bullet last time. And if he breaks the same, I hope Louis Perez just goes on with it. He's 2-1 on the morning line. I can't imagine Joe West is going to be favored over Eric Ridge.
There's no way.
So I'm going to use both of them in the pick 6 and the pick 5 because the 5.5 is what sticks in my craw a little bit about Eric Ridge. It's hard to pick against him though because his figures are so dominating.
Yeah, and I don't care what figures you got, whether
Right.
it's a Brisnet, Equibase,
Anything.
the Form,
Yeah.
Buyers.
You use an abacus. He's faster
You're,
than these horses.
you're right. If that horse
Versus
does
5.5.
if your horse does it for the main, Joe West would be the other one. It just seems that way. But you're right. This horse is going to be 3 to 5.
Right? He has one vulnerability. That distance is a vulnerability.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about
And pace.
we're not talking about world beaters.
I think
right?
that's
Yeah.
how you said Tech Doing. Is that how you said that one? I think that one was going to have the lead.
Okay.
He shot the horse's got.
Okay.
7th race, scratch the 1A trivia.
She'll be playing tomorrow.
Okay. Goes 6 furlongs, and again, figures wise, we're talking about numbers. Here's a horse that's had a lot of starts as H7. Our fantasy just has better numbers than the rest of the rivals here. Little concerned about chasing down the pace if they can't. If I Know You Ain't Talking to Me actually gets the lead in here. I know Saloon Girl ran a little quicker off of the bench, going 4.5. I know the horse has got a little speed now. Horse didn't have that kind of speed before. But I think our fantasy's going to run him down anyway. But that was my one fear, and that's the other one I got here is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Maybe she gets the lead here going 6 furlongs, and our fantasy might be up against it that way. But she's just better than these. Those Tampa races, again, there's another race like that. Those Tampa races are just simply better than this race, and she's competitive in them.
They're just better.
Right.
And she's not getting beaten a pole in those races. She's going to be 3, 4, 5 months.
Yeah. I mean, it's a handicap of 101 where you just like, sometimes the numbers are just better than the rest of the field.
I thought Sweet Shallots comes out of a rough and tumble race. Saloon Girl does. I think I told you this after she ran. I want to bet Saloon Girl going long. I don't think she really wants to sprint. I know she's won sprinting, but I think at this point in her career, she probably wants a little bit more ground.
Her better races like last year, the year before, were routes.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her to stretch back out. Sweet Shallots, we talked about earlier in the meet not wanting to be down inside. You never want to be 5, 6, 7 wide. Sweet Shallots had no chance. If we were talking about harness last time, no chance trip last time. And, with trivia, kind of knew trivia was going to run tomorrow, went both days in a row. And it's a little murky because, I know you ain't talking to me fast, but I would imagine she's laid up right alongside of her today. I know she didn't have her speed in her first 2 races back, but she has some back speed. And I would imagine Joel Cruz keeps her closer to, I know you ain't talking to me today. I think if there is an upset of our fantasy, I think it would be with Sweet Charlotte sitting the trip off the speed.
My upset would be with the four, because I do think she's going to get the lead. But we'll see.
Okay.
8th race, scratch the 1. Joe's had enough.
Apparently not.
All right, so this was a tough race. Like I said, when we're talking pick 5s, a lot of these races, you can single 2 deep. This race, I thought you might have to, even though it's only 6 betting interests, I could use 3 of them. Is that fair? Half the field?
Yeah.
Would you? No, you got 4 of them. You got Don Bernard. You got your upset here.
In a perfect world, your bankroll allows yourself to hit an all button in this race. I don't have a particularly strong opinion in this race.
Right.
And I don't know. If you in the pick 6, it's kind of hard to hit the all button. But if you're playing a pick 5, I think you can go thin in the 4th race. I think you could single Boston credit. 2 by 1 by 2 by 2. 2 by 1 by 2, 8. Yeah, it's only $24.
Yeah, you're going to the last race. If we're that confident, you're not spreading too much of those other races.
The first and
you
last.
want to price somewhere though.
The first and last legs of the pick 6, even though they're only 5 and 6 horse fields, are very, very interesting races. Mm-hmm. They're very interesting races, and it's funny how obviously we have this was drawn last Monday for a carryover that happened on Wednesday, so we have no clue what's going to happen as far as the wagering goes for the rest of the week. It's just it's so odd that these are the 2 races that bookend this pick 6 sequence today, because they are clearly the 2 toughest to me. The 2 toughest races on the card.
Let's say I could go a few deep. The angle that I used here, you got Reiner, who has had success here, by the way, coming in for the trainer that's basically our leading trainer so far this year. Training well, ran in Tampa, fits the profile of a horse that's going to do well here. And the routes were, a few months away now, but good enough. With a couple of these horses going sprinter route. And here's the other thing. Parade Field, as I mentioned, is an 8-time winner. Reiner is a 4-time winner. Yeah, Massetta's a 4-time as well, but the rest of them are 2- and 3-time winners. To me, that gives them at least a little advantage of experience and past class, so at least 2 in a sense. Now, I wasn't there with Parade Field when the horse got bet down to 2-1. I couldn't believe that horse took that much money, but did get the pace that he needed. So one of the things in the negative I had on Parade Field was, does he need a route? Obviously that sprint was supposed to be to me a prep race for the route usually, and he won it. He also got a pace where he went last to first where they backed up to him. I thought Reiner's races last year were better. The horse was running against the 11 and 9s. He was competitive. He just kind of tailed off. And then the Tampa meet's going to do him some good, because it's going to give him a little fitness with a couple months off going into this race with some work. So I'm going to lean that way with Reiner. I'm not so sure about what the tactics are going to be here. Masetta, is that one going to have some speed, sprint around the outside? I always say this one wrong. Benchwalk has tactical speed, but the horse can do either. Can get out there or just sit just off. I'm thinking Reiner, maybe more of a stalking type trip right behind the speed in here.
I'll tell you what about Reiner. If you were to have any chance today, they better get him closer than where he's been. So I had 2 issues with Reiner.
Okay.
That was one. It seems like he's lost his tactical speed, and as he's lost his tactical speed, he's lost his form. That's 1. 2. Michael Anthony Ferraro, that barn blew up a lot of money last week.
Mm-hmm.
If they start to cool off, I like to jump on the train and then I am not ashamed. I like to tuck and roll off those things too.
Well, once you get short prices, you go against.
He'll be the favorite in here with Joe's
You
had
think?
enough out. Oh, I think he is.
I thought Braidfield would probably.
I think because people are going to look at he's still winning at 37%.
Right.
I think he's going to be the favorite, and I think he's vulnerable. With that said, he can absolutely win. It's a matter of where did his speed go? I know it wasn't the truest speed because he's on
Right.
these slower paces, but any tactical speed he had left him, and as that left him, his form left him.
Maybe it was
And
the rider last time.
maybe it was
I don't know.
just maybe they would right. He only had a 7-pound bug on 2 of the races, and maybe he was just maybe they were just better horses down there. That could absolutely be the case.
Yeah, their bottoms are a lot better.
That's what I
than
mean.
our
That's why I
bottoms.
would want an all button this race because he's hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Bench walk has one of the greatest handicapping angles in the world. 2 sprints to a route, but the barn does not really do well with that angle.
I want Jackie on the horse too.
Right,
She
Jackie
goes- she
stays with
goes
Parade
to-
Field,
Well, she stays with Braidfield. I think that's a big move, and that's the one reason I didn't like.
and to steal a line from my former partner Andy
Yeah.
Sermon, they knew Parade Field was winning last time. That horse was 2-1.
2-1.
It just he broke slow. It didn't matter.
Right.
None of it mattered. He was 2-1, paid $6.40. He should have paid $16.40, and he won drawing away after breaking slow.
They knew, right?
They knew.
Smart money. Smart
That's it.
money's gone.
Oliver with a twist. He's an interesting horse. I didn't put him on the top 3, but that's why I wanted the all button. He's an interesting horse because Matthew Clark gets the 1 race in him behind Parade Field. It was off those 6 months. Everybody except us was told the Parade Field was winning that day. Apparently,
Yeah, I didn't know
we
that.
didn't know. And he's another one. He has a little speed where he could be sneaky second off the bench. Maybe he's close.
Yeah.
Massetta's interesting. It's a wild race. It's a wild way to
it's a
finish the
tough
day.
one.
I went to Don Bernardo. Marissa Montserrat won a race off the bench the other day.
Yes, congratulations to her.
Looks like she knows what she's doing, and she's had this horse for 2 starts. They have both wins here at Finger Lakes. Right, the horse had other conditioners. Never got the job done here at Finger Lakes. Got the job done, and the 2 races for this barn for the bench exponentially better than anything he ever put forward in his life. So yeah, you gotta get ready off the layoff, but there seems like there's gonna be a couple of horses jockeying for position in here. She already won one off the layoff. The jock stays after 2 big wins last season. I mean, I don't know.
I
Probably
think they
get
could have.
lost in the shuffle on a tote board too. So
I think they could have found an easier condition, but I mean, I don't know. No, you make a good point. I mean, the horse was dropping in class.
snuck the fastball by him too. Was able to run the horse for the nickel because off the 1 race at paying $100, you're probably not going to claim the horse.
Right.
Run the horse for the
It is
nickel,
a fluke,
and
yeah.
now whenever you could, something obviously happened because he didn't go to the bench in November. He went to the bench in September. But now look at the base on ball she gets. She gets to run this horse back for a nickel for the waiver.
For the waiver, right? Yeah,
What a giant move that is.
Well, like I said, if I don't sound confident with my pick, I'm not. I mean, that's that type of race.
I'm not either.
I'm
But
just
at that
being
price,
encouraged.
I'll take a little swing with my horse if I get 6 to 1.
Oh, you're going to get a price.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll get a price there. I mean, Oliver with a twist is going to be a long shot. Masetta probably a long shot. You're probably going to be 3rd or 4th choice in there. 4th choice, 8 to 1.
Yeah.
7 or 8 to 1.
Yeah, and you can't look at our ROI because that $100 winner blows them
Yeah,
all up.
you already made your money.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that horse is real live in a race that's wide open.
It is wide open, and that's a good way to finish the day, especially if you got a spread ticket there.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Pick 5s, pick 6s. Yeah, the dollar pick 6 has been a pretty good wager.
$1,266. We've only had 3 carryovers, I believe.
Yeah, just a small one today, but
Yeah.
you know what? Sometimes it doesn't matter. It's only 1 or 2 tickets, sometimes hitting it.
And you got a couple of
Yeah.
interesting races here where they look like there's leans, or if the leans get beat, maybe we could double carry. Because, like I said, the bookends, even though it's a short field, the bookends are very, very tricky races to navigate.
Well, I think you got to use more than a couple in there.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, enjoy today's card. We got Monday through Wednesday. This week at the Belmont at Saratoga.
Belmont,
Are you gonna
Saratoga,
make your way up there?
I'll be at
Alan?
Mohegan
Saratoga?
Sun. I'll be at Mohegan Sun.
That's it.
I spend my days here and at Mohegan Sun now.
We had a lot of time.
We'll
without
be
it.
open at 10:30 Saturday morning though. So 10:30 we open Saturday morning.
Yeah.
First post is 10:45 at Saratoga. They've drawn almost the entire card. They're doing a Met Mile and a Belmont Stakes draw some point tonight.
Tonight it is? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know if it's in town. I don't know if it's at the HC63 Club. But those two races will be drawn tonight. We open at 10:30, and if you're playing our races, the free PPs are always up at Equibase, always up at FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. But DRF members, free PPs every Monday. I believe it's in the month of June.
Okay,
3rd,
yeah.
10th, 17th, 24th. So, yeah, the month of June, free PPs, courtesy of DRF, if you're a subscriber to DRF.
Anything free to get the PPs, talking my language. Yeah, it's why if you don't have to pay for it, you're already ahead of the game. You get the PPs.
I gotta go upstairs, but we gotta sneak.
Oh yeah, you gotta
I
get
gotta
to call
sneak
some
this in.
races.
Do you know that we're getting the chicken back on July 4th?
We are.
Carubas is coming back.
I'm gonna watch you, see many chickens.
I had one, buddy. We're gonna start with this again. Mom's watching. I'm telling you. I had one, Ma. One
All right.
chicken.
Enjoyed doing the show today. We'll be back again tomorrow. What do we call it now? Takes in the Lakes?
Takes from the lakes.
Okay. See you
ya.
tomorrow.
The field for the Monday openers on the track. The one is Motley Sue with John Davila Jr. The 2 is Sweet Sensation, Andre Worry rides. The 3 is Sweet Sugar Baby with Anthony Rodriguez. Here's the 4, Amore Fire with Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 5, Kaz Music. And the 6 is Lana Likes Choo Choos with Cabercoa. That's your field of 5, the early pick 4, and the early double start here in race 1. You have just over 3 minutes to post. Welcome to week 6 of the 2024 Finger Lakes meeting. I'm the Big A Anthony Stabile, your track announcer, as we get ready for the Monday card with a carryover in the pick 6 of $1,266.96. That comes your way in race number 3. Here in the opener, we kick off the early pick 4. I like the 1, Motley Sue. And no, I am not a Motley Crue fan. I am not a big Tommy Lee or Nikki Sixx fan. But this horse comes in second off the layoff for Chris Englehart. Just missed about 6 months. Ran for the waiver for the nickel first time. Did not get off to a good start as your 3-5 favorite. She did close some ground past some horses to finish second behind runaway winner Bonfire Diva. I like the fact that Englehart runs her for 11,000 now on the raise off of that race. She tried this level one time. That was off a June to October layoff last year, so she probably needed that race. I think she's ran one of the better races of her career last time. I think she's ready to roll second out. I love the fact that he runs her on the raise, and we're going to try Motley Sue as the third choice right now at 5-2. The number 2, Sweet Sensation, comes in off a win. Asaph Ronan second off the layoff. It was just a 2-month break from Gulfstream Park this winter. The Maryland-bred daughter of Tapazar came in, got up in the nick of time after she too, like Motley Sue, broke a bit slowly when last seen just 2 weeks ago. 13 days ago actually. We'll see how she responds here off the win. She's just 2 for 30 in her career, so obviously wins come few and far between. She's a juicy price though at 4-1. I think if she can get some pace, and that should develop between the 4 Amore Fire and maybe Lana's Like Choo Choos, who should be in front in here. Maybe she can come running late as well. The 4 Amore Fire, second off the bench for Jim Aquilano. He's hit the board with more than half of his 20 runners so far at the meet. She chased 3-time winner Bustin' Roxy. That was Bustin' Roxy's second win in the meet when she chased her off the October layoff last time out. Like I said, Lana Likes Choo Choos on the outside draw is much faster. And I think Amore Fire might be content with taking one shot at Lana Likes Choo Choos. I don't know if she wants to pass horses. I don't know if she's going to have a choice today. That's part of the reason I like Motley Sue. I don't know if Amore Fire can pass or will pass. I can't imagine she gets in front of Lana Likes Choo Choos. I think it puts Motley Sue in the right spot. She's your current favorite, though, Amore Fire, at 3-2. 1-2-4 for me to kick off the action on this Monday. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. And if you're a DRF subscriber, every Monday in the month of June, the 3rd, the 10th, the 17th, and the 24th, there'll be free Finger Lakes PPs over at DRF as well. Best of luck on the Monday card. Again, that carryover in the pick 6 comes your way in race number 3. Early pick 4 and double start here. I'll try the 1 Motley Sue. Best of luck as we kick off week 6 at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Early pick 4 time as we kick off the week. Motley Sue, the first in. Here's Sweet Sensation. The gray. Sweet Sugar Baby goes in. Don't forget, free pass performances courtesy of Equibase over at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every live racing day for the 2024 meeting here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The favorite, Amore Fire, takes her place in the gate. And the last one to load is the speedy Lana Likes Choo-Choos. They're in the gate. And they're off in the opener. The first to show was Sweet Sugar Baby. Then we have Amore Fire, and Lana Likes Choo-Choos asserts herself, and now Lana Likes Choo-Choos assumes the lead as they make their way up the Finger Lakes backstretch. It's Lana Likes Choo-Choos by 2. Inside Sweet Sugar Baby, outside, just past Sweet Sugar Baby, went Amore Fire. Gap of 3 lengths back to the rail. That's Motley Sue. The trailer's Sweet Sensation. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. Lana Likes Choo-Choos. 2.5 to the good. Amore Fire creeps closer in second. Dropping back Sweet Sugar Baby. About to be passed by Motley Sue. The trailer is still Sweet Sensation. They're making their way along the far turn. It's Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Amore Fire starts to turn up the pressure now. From the back, Motley Sue trying to chime in from third. Then Sweet Sugar Baby, nothing from Sweet Sensation. The half in 46 and 4. Lana Likes Choo-Choos trying to see it through. Amore Fire breathing down her neck in second. Along the inside, Sweet Sugar Baby. Down the outside, Motley Sue. Amore Fire just took the lead away from Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Up the rail, Sweet Sugar Baby. Down the center, Motley Sue. Amore Fire's almost home. Sweet Sugar Baby at the rail. Motley Sue a final lunge, but coming down to the line. Amore Fire reports home, a length and a half winner. Dead tight for second between Motley Sue and Sweet Sugar Baby. That's a photo for place. Final time was 1:13 and 1. Number 4, Amore Fire was first. It's a photo for second. Photo for second goes to the 3, Sweet Sugar Baby. Third, the 1, Motley Sue. Fourth, the 6, Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Race one's official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Amore Fire. 5-year-old daughter of Lauban out of the Grand Slam mare. Gems Classy Lass is owned by Rivercard Stable. The New York Bred's trained by Jim Aquilano. Winning rider, Michael Davila Jr. $2 exacta, 4-3, 18 even. 50-cent try, 4-3-1, $12.87. And the 10-cent super, 4-3-1-6, $10.55. Race 2 comes up next. No changes in the second. Pick 3 starts here. Post time in 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 2, and things really just worked out for Amore Fire. A good job by Michael Davila. Sit right outside the speed. Landed like Chooch was the only one who really sent to the front, and that one was coming off a layoff since August that Michael was in perfect position to inherit after that one stopped. Motley Sue, just too much to do. That horse needs to be on the front end. Amore Fire able to get the victory, a little better than those horses. That one got the victory for trainer Jim Aquilano. Go to the second race, and it's a maiden event going 5.5, and some early money on the 6, Jackson. It's only one star, didn't really show much, flashed a little speed. She didn't say show much, he did flash speed in a quick race. They went 47 in a race. They got a good pace figure as the times were slow that day, and ended up fading to lose by over 20 lengths. But it was his first career start. It was against tougher maidens at Aqueduct, and it was on a muddy racetrack. Now he makes his second start here at Finger Lakes, comes off a little bit of a break. He's got really good works, very well bred. The dam's a half to Ostrolenka, who is a multiple stakes winner. And this one, you figure the first foal of Sam Zilla was Fix It Up. Fix It Up Alex, who ran only once and won first time out. So you got to think that this horse should run well first time over the track. Right now, second choice on the board at odds of 9-5. The 3 Peanut Butter Toast getting a lot of play early anyway at odds of 7-5. He is off a layoff since August. He's never missed the board in 4 starts here at Finger Lakes, but may need to improve a little bit as 3 of those races were against maiden claimers. But maybe he does as a 4-year-old. He does have some pretty decent works for the return. Richard Schaefer's been good off the layoff, especially with his good 4-year-old filly. This one, Peanut Butter Toast at odds of 7-5. Slight favorite over Jaximus. The 3-horse is the 2-horse Uncle Kendrick. One advantage that he has, he's got some recent races. He had 2 starts off of the left. 3rd start off the left should be the sharpest, and he comes off a good number last time in a pretty decent race, running a 55 buyer, going 5.5. Stays at the same distance. You would think that this race isn't any tougher than the race he comes out of, that he should be in the top 3 yet again. And he's a good price right now at odds of 7-1. Good horse to use in the number. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Got about 8 minutes to post.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Room Pressure with Jeremiah Flores. The 2 is Uncle Kendrick. Heman Harkey rides. The 3 is Peanut Butter Toast. Michael Davila looks to sweep the early double. The 4 is Banker Blaney with Luis Perez. Here's the 5, Support the Cat, with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 6 is Jaximus with John Davila Jr. All right, kick off the first pick 3 of the day here. Maiden's going to go 5.5. The number 6, Jaximus, my top selection. He debuted for Chris Engelhardt down at the Big A on a muddy sealed track at a time where the track was playing very tiring and was very deep. And they went pretty honest fractions in his debut. It was 7. Like I said, muddy sealed. He didn't take a lot of money. Winner won by 9. He had plenty of early speed that day and just tired late. Now he comes up here, 5.5. He has that race under his belt from 4 months ago. Should be forward. John Davila Jr. and Chris Engelhardt off to a good start this meet, especially together. I'll take Jaximus as your 9-5 favorite currently. The 2, Uncle Kendrick, showed speed in his second start off the bench for Ronnie Breed Jr., whose horses all seem to be running. Ran behind repeat winner Barfly 2 back. Second place finisher came back to break his maiden. And he kind of exits a little bit of a key race. Uncle Kendrick should be forward from the inside from post 2. He's inside Jaximus, so I would imagine Jaximus goes and either takes a seat right behind Uncle Kendrick or makes Uncle Kendrick use him as a target. Either way, I think there'll be 1, 2 in some array going up the backstretch. And then the 1, Room Pressure. He comes back from an August try where he did not raise his hooves. He was beaten at 1-5, 2 back, and his races 2 and 3 pack make him a big player in here. See how he returns from the layoff of Paul Barrow. A lot of Paul's horses have been firing off the bench. He's with one of his 2 main riders. Paul reaches out for Jeremiah Flores and Andre Warrior, and when he does look out, he gets Jeremiah Flores on this one. He'd been riding this horse last year, so we'll see what kind of a return Room Pressure has in race number 2. We kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Don't forget, free PPs over at FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. And if you are a DRF subscriber, the PPs are free each and every Monday in the month of June. Best of luck in race 2 here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load for race 2. Room pressure goes in. Here's Uncle Kendrick. Peanut butter toast. Michael Davila Jr. looks to sweep the early double. Here's Banker Blaney at a big price. Support the Cat goes in. And the last to load will be your 8-5 favorite currently, Jaximus. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Support the Cat between horses. Moving up now is Banker Blaney. And Banker Blaney at a ring price has the lead. Along the inside moves up Room Pressure. Then we come back to Peanut Butter Toast, who's back in third. He is flanked on the far outside by Jaximus, who moves up. Jaximus moved all the way up in the second. It leaves Support the Cat fifth, and it's a long way back to Uncle Kendrick, who trails the field. They make their way along the far turn, 22-2, the opening quarter. Banker Blaney, the big long shot, alongside the big favorite Jaximus. These two take them around the far turn. They're tracked along the inside by Room Pressure, who's trying to make up some ground between horses. Off the turn and into the stretch. Banker Blaney, Room Pressure with dead aim on him. Jaximus has to do better through a 45 4/2. Here's Room Pressure by Banker Blaney, and Room Pressure goes on by with Jeremiah Flores, and they're well on their way past the 16th pole to a race 2 win. It's all Room Pressure. He won it by 4. Banker Blaney held second over Jaximus. Uncle Kendrick made up a ton of ground to round out the Super in 105 3. Number 1, Room Pressure was first. 4, Banker Blaney second. 6, Jaximus third. 2, Uncle Kendrick was fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 1, Room Pressure. 4-year-old Gelding, a Son of Central Banker, out of the Lionheart mare, and Grace, a New York bred owned by Thomas Broccoli and Darren A. Broccoli, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider, Jeremias Flores, and it's official. $2 double 4-1, 44.60. $2 exact at 1-4, 152 even. 50-cent triple, 146, 176.75, and the 10-cent super, 1462, $107.60. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. Today's pick 6 features a carryover of $1,266. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Nothing here in race 3. In race 4, please note the rider change on the 2-old point to Anthony Rodriguez. Anthony Rodriguez rides the 2-old point, and scratch to 5, East Coast Girl. Scratch to 5 in race number 4. Race 5, a rider change for the 6, Riley B. to Stephen Fret. Put Fret on the 6, Riley B. in race 5. Race number 6, scratch to 3, Wit Dashing Speed. Race 6, scratch to 3. Race 7, scratch to 1A, Trivia. Race 7, scratch to 1A. And in race number 8, scratch to 1, Joe's Had Enough. Race 8, scratch to 1. Pick 6 time here in race number 3. $1,266 and some change is the carryover. Post time for the second is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, lots going on this week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Of course, Belmont Stakes 156 this Saturday, June 8th at Saratoga. But you can play right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Doors open at 10:30. First post at Belmont's 10:45 a.m. with the Belmont Stakes scheduled to go off at 6:41 p.m. Eastern Time. Advanced wagering begins this Thursday. Don't miss it. The Belmont Stakes here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Gates open this Saturday at 10:30 a.m. If you are a member of DRF.com, you can download your free DRF PPs today and every Monday in the month of June. It's only over at DRF.com. That's today, June 3rd, the 10th, the 17th, and the 24th. Free DRF PPs over at DRF.com. One of those Mondays, June 17th, is our handicapping contest, the first of the year. $2,500 up for grabs, $1,000 cash to the winner. It's free for all Lucky North members. Top 3 places will get cash prizes. Contest begins, registration begins at 11:30. Monday.
Got 11 minutes to post for race number 3. And room pressure, a big effort from that one is the big favorite Jaximus off slowly. Had to make a middle move, was out wide, but takes advantage of that situation. That'll start off your second race through fourth race, pick 3. We go to the third. Now this starts a $1 pick 6. There's a small carryover in that pick 6 pool. You also have Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and pick 3 on the wagering menu. This is conditioned for 3 and up, which have not won a race other than maiden claim or starter, or never won for a lifetime. It just happens to be that they're all in for the 4 lifetime. Early money on the speed of the race, the 2, Darn That Song, looks to be the inside speed. You got Lincolnville Beach, who will be trying to chase that one down. Now, Lincolnville Beach comes out of a race won by a pretty good one in Little Miss Sunshine. That horse is still undefeated, I believe, here at Finger Lakes now. Little Miss Sunshine coming off a layoff. Just ran extra sharp, good time of the 52 for that day. And Lincolnville Beach only beat 2 lengths by that really good-looking 4-year-old filly. So Lincolnville Beach, no such rivals in here, but she's going to have to chase down the speed. She's caught either an off-track or a sealed track the last 4 races. So you got to go back to January, the last time she won, when she had a fast, unsealed racetrack. She's currently at odds of 2-1, actually a fair price on Lincolnville Beach. Mentioned the 2, Darn That Song. She finished behind Lincolnville Beach that race, but she might have a little bit more of a tactical advantage here, where she's not going out, trying to go out there after Little Miss Sunshine or trying to chase. She was nowhere near the lead that 4.5 furlong race. Last time she made the lead, ran very well, ran second, but it was an easier field than this one. Same distance of 6 furlongs. See if she could control the pace up front. That would be her best chance in winning this one. She's currently at odds of 8-5. Understandable that she's getting some play. She's a wild joker getting some action. She's a classy horse. She always makes a good account of herself. She tried the 2 state bred at Saratoga. I mean, that was a tough condition that she was in. But all her Finger Lakes races, she's right there. Again, fits nicely in this 3 lifetime spot. 2 of her 3 wins have been at 6 furlongs. Only issue is she's only had 1 start since July, and that was that race in September. So not a lot of activity. So she may need a race, but she's a very well-bred horse for Bill Bartlett. Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, pick 3, and pick 6 starts with race number 3.
The field for race 3's on the track. The one is Tequila with Luis Perez. The 2 is Darn That Song with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Lincolnville Beach. John Davila Jr. rides. The 4 is She's a Wild Joker with Jackie Davis. And the 5 is Lockbox with Michael Davila Jr. looking for a riding double. $1 pick 6 starts here, folks, with a carryover of $1,266. And it's a little bit of a head scratcher, even though it's just a field of 5. I landed on the 1 Tequila, who, quite frankly, has just had 2 different careers. One outside of Finger Lakes and one here. She has never missed the exactor in her 5 tries here in Farmington. Going 5.5 to a mile and 70 on good tracks from just off the pace, from far behind. Lots to like about this daughter of Liam's Map. 0 for 4 at the distance, but I think she comes back ready to roll for Jonathan Buckley and Luis Perez. It's a good price, too, at 3 to 1. I'll try her from the rail. The 3, Lincolnville Beach, made up a lot of ground, going 4.5 in the return from Aqueduct. Broke a little slowly last time, but made up a lot of ground, going, again, 4.5, now stretches out to the 6. The stretch out should help her. I was a little surprised at how short she is. I thought all of these fillies and mares would be in the, I don't know, 2 to 1 range. I didn't think anybody be 3 to 2. I didn't think anybody be 4 to 1. But we'll see. And then the 2, Darn That Song, is supposed to be loose on the lead, but it doesn't really matter. She gets loose lead and she coughs them up. She comes from off the pace. She coughs them up. We'll see if she can hang on here. She was even money and disappointed last time. She's another one. She didn't miss any time this winter. She was down at Aqueduct. Hit the board a couple of times. Came back up here with some fitness, and just can't seem to close the door yet. At some point she'll find a way, I would believe, and maybe today's the day. See how much pressure the Lockbox puts on her from the outside draw. 1-3-2 for me. Best of luck if you're playing the pick 6 today. That carryover, $1,266. Sequence starts in about 3 minutes. Best of luck if you're playing along here at Finger Lakes. Two minutes. Less than a minute. Field's making its way to the gate. Last chance to play the pick six. The field for race 3 has made its way to the gate, and it's post time. Featured race of the day kicks off the pick six. The 1 Tequila goes in. Here's Darn That Song. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase over at FingerLakesGaming.com each and every racing day of the 2024 meet here at Finger Lakes. As the favorite Lincolnville Beach gets a little encouragement to go in. She's locked and loaded away. She's a Wild Joker's next. And the longest price on the board, Lockbox, completes the field of 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lockbox shows first with She's a Wild Joker. Then Darn That Song settles into third. Along the inside, there's Tequila. And the trailer is the favorite Lincolnville Beach. She's 5 lengths from the lead. That's held by Lockbox. Lockbox has an easy lead here. A length to the good of She's a Wild Joker. 3 deep. Here's Darn That Song as they go to the opening quarter here. 3 across the track. Lockbox, She's a Wild Joker, and Darn That Song. They win an easy 24-second opening quarter. It's a gap of 3 lengths back to Lincolnville Beach, who's out of last. The trailer is Tequila. They're midway on the turn. Lockbox dealing with She's a Wild Joker. 3 deep the entire way has been Darn That Song. 47-1 for the half. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. She's a Wild Joker. Jackie Davis goes to work. Lockbox and Mikey DeVilla Jr. battle back along the inside. Here's Tequila. Tequila with a late rally along the rail. Lockbox trying to see it through. Here's Tequila. Outside, She's a Wild Joker. Tequila. She's a Wild Joker. Lockbox. Tequila by a half length. Looks like She's a Wild Joker got Lockbox for second with a Darn That Song fourth in 113 flat. Number 1, Tequila, was first. It's a photo for second. Photo for second goes to the 4, She's a Wild Joker. 5, Lockbox third. 2, Darn That Song fourth. 1-4-5-2 here in race 3. Returning to the winner's circles, the official winner of race 3, Tequila. 6-year-old daughter of Liam's Map out of the Malibu Moon Mare Beautiful Girls, owned by Samo Toka Stables, trained by Jonathan Buckley. Winning rider, Luis Perez. $2 double, 1-1, $50.50. $2 exacta, 1-4, $39.40. 50-cent try, 1-4-5, $51.62. And the 10-cent super, 1-4, 5-2, $23.50. Race 4 comes up next. We start today's pick 5 in the 4th. Rider change on the 2 Old Point to Anthony Rodriguez. It's Anthony Rodriguez on the 2 Old Point. And scratch to 5 East Coast Girl. Race 4, scratch to 5. Post time for the 4th. And the start of today's pick 5 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 4, and yeah, that was a wide open one, and the pace scenario wasn't what I expected, but Tequila was able to come up the rail as Darn That Song decided to rate today. That gave Lockbox the early lead. Lincolnville Beach too far outside and wide. Tequila was the one who got the trip up the inside, and a good effort off of the layoff. The horse was off the layoff since November. Still got the win. Louis Perez for trainer John Buckley. They'll start off the pick 6. Good price on that one at odds of 4-1. 11-9 claimer is the 4th. It's a never won 3 condition. As you see, some early money on the 4. It's a big scratch in here of the 5 East Coast Girl, not just from a wagering standpoint, but also from a pace standpoint, where that one looked like he was going to the lead. Now with him out, it really helps the chances of a horse like Escape Mission, who's got that early speed, and there's a race that, other than him, doesn't have a lot of early pace. Now, the one negative with Escape Mission, he's had 3 starts at the distance of 6 furlongs, has never hit the board in any of them, even though it was tougher competition against Maidens in New York. He's going to have to do something that he hasn't done before, and that's win at 6 furlongs. Good chance to do so, though, with a tactical advantage in race number 4. This race starts, of course, the pick 5. Central Love is probably the main threat, probably needing the last race. That was his first start off of the layoff. Tried going 5.5 now. Means probably a little more business going this 3/4 race today, second off of the claim. Same price, of course, was in for the waiver last time. And if you look at last year's form, he ran very well in this condition. And he'll have a nice outside stalking trip outside of Escape Mission. Maybe he's the best chance to wear that one down for owner-trainer David Iolo. So that's some of the contenders for the 4th. Again, we start the pick 5 with race 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available. Again, a big scratch of the 5 East Coast Girl.
The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5s on the track. The 1 is Money Making Kaz with apprentice Ramon Malaro. The 1A is Lucky Mucho Man with Jeremias Flores looking for a riding double. The 2 is Old Point. Note the rider change to Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Colton Goes with Stephen Frett. The 6 is Central Love with Kevin Navarro. And the 4 has been excused from the post parade. It's Escape Mission with Michael DeVilla Jr. looking for a riding double. Scratch to 5, East Coast Girl. All right, hopefully you're alive in the pick 6. Tequila, a generous 4 to 1. I'm going to try to favorite here, Escape Mission. This horse really was game as can be last time. Just dug in, fought around the racetrack. He has 2 victories in his career, 1 by a nose, 1 by a head. The only 2 photos he's been involved in, he's won both of them. Very important for me when I'm handicapping a race. I love seeing that. So we'll take a shot with him. He's 6 to 5. He's supposed to be the loose speed, especially with East Coast Girl out of here. I would imagine that Michael DeVilla Jr. is just going to put him on the front end today and keep going. At least that's what I'm hoping. I'll try number 4. Escape Mission, the 6, Central Love. DeVilla rode this one. Mikey rode this one last time. Stays with the 4. Second off the layoff with David Oyola. Picks up Kevin Navarro. Source took a bunch of money and didn't run 2 steps off the layoff. In for the waiver that day, back in for the natural 11 now. And we'll see, maybe he just needed one to knock the rust off. He improved last year. But the layoff last year was nowhere near as long. It was just 2 months. But he did improve second off the bench last year before breaking his maiden in a dirt asking off the layoff. We'll see if he improves. That was all for trainer Chris Englehart. Oyola claimed him last year in September, mid-September. And he's run him a half dozen times. This will be his 6th start for him, for the new connections. We'll see if he can improve. He just took a big plunge down to even money. And then the 2 Old Point, who drops in off the layoff, off a couple of allowance tries. He probably needs a little bit more ground, but when the East Coast Girl came out of here, there was some slim pickings. He has some decent races going long, and he actually has a couple of sprints down at Aqueduct that were okay in the Wayback Machine. He's a juicy price at 8 to 1 as well. 4-6-2 for me here in race number 4 as we kick off today's pick 5. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to go for race 4, the start of the pick 5. They loaded the one money-making Kaz from the front of the gate. They backed him in. Great job by the assistant starters. Apprentice Ramon Molero climbs aboard inside the gate. In goes the 2 Old Point to post position 1, followed by Colton Goes, a big price at 16 to 1 currently. Here's Escape Mission. The other part of the entry, Lucky Mucho Man. The last to load is Central Love. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Escape Mission for the lead, Central Love. Kevin Navarro's on his belly trying to get to the top, and they're going to get it. Central Love a half length over Escape Mission. To the inside is Old Point, who just moved up alongside of Lucky Mucho Man. Between horses as Colton Goes. There's just a length and a half, 2 lengths separating the first 5, and Colton Goes. Stephen Fred, a little traffic there. And it's about 6 lengths back to Money Making Kaz, who trails the field. An easy opening panel in 24 flat. Now Old Point uses the rail to his advantage and has a head lead. Battling right back at him's Escape Mission. They have a length and a half on Lucky Mucho Man as Central Love tries to keep pace in 4th. 3 more to Colton Goes, and the trailer is still Money Making Kaz. Escape Mission just put his head in front of Old Point as they go the half in 47-1. Escape Mission dealing with a pesky Old Point who won't go away. Old Point at the rail. Escape Mission to his outside. Coming along the outside, Central Love making up ground late, and Money Making Kaz is at a last. Old Point's battled back and retaken the lead from Escape Mission. Central Love trying to get there too. It's down to Old Point and Escape Mission. Old Point, Escape Mission. Old Point refused to lose. He wanted a half ahead over Escape Mission, then Central Love and Money Making Kaz in 113-1. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 2, Old Point was first. 4, Escape Mission second. 6, Central Love third. 1, Money Making Kaz finished fourth. Race 4 is official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Old Point. The 5-year-old gelding's the son of Curlin, out of the Johannesburg mare, Helena Bay. Old Point's owned by Louis Sirianni, trained by Ilmar Loiza, winning rider Anthony Rodriguez. $2 double, 1-2, $103 even. $2 exact to 2-4, 42.40. 50-cent try, 2-4-6, $20.25. 10-cent super, 2-4, 6-1, $6.95. 50-cent pick 3, 1-1-2, $80.12. And the 50-cent pick 4, $463.75. Race 5 comes up next. It kicks off today's late pick 4. Here in race 5, make the rider on the 6, Riley B, Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett rides the 6, Riley B, here in race 5. Post time for the 5th is in just over 21 minutes. Don't forget, folks, come on out this Saturday for Belmont Stakes 156. Live from Saratoga Racecourse. We open our gates here at Finger Lakes at 10:30. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack opened at 10:30 for a 10:45 first post from historic Saratoga Racecourse for this year's Belmont Stakes. You could advance wager beginning this Thursday. Don't miss it here. The Belmont Stakes at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. If you are a DRF member, you can download free DRF Finger Lakes PPs each and every Monday in the month of June, the 3rd, the 10th, the 17th, and the 24th. Head over to drf.com for more information to download your free Finger Lakes PPs each and every Monday in the month of June. One of those Mondays is June 17th, and it's our handicapping contest, the first of the year, $2,500 in all up for grabs, $1,000 cash to the winner. First 3 prizes will be cash prizes. It's free for all Lucky North members. The contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Registration begins at 11:30 a.m. Don't forget to come out June 17th for our handicapping contest. And don't forget, horsemen, the annual Finger Lakes HPBA dinner is this Thursday night at the Lincoln Hills Farms as we honor our top horses of 2023 and induct owner Wanda Policini into the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Purchase your tickets now at the Finger Lakes HPBA office today. Live racing this Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Don't forget, first post all through the month of June on Wednesdays is 120 first post. If you bet over $2,500 through Finger Lakes bonus bets, you'll get 8% back on all your Finger Lakes wagers. And of course, free Finger Lakes Echo-based programs available each and every racing day over at FingerLakesGaming.com. Ladies and gentlemen, in this upcoming fifth race, the number 6, Riley B will be 2 pounds over.
10 minutes to post for race number 5, and looking back at the 4th, Escape Mission unable to really take advantage of his tactical advantage and unable to get clear of Old Point, who's really, Anthony Rodriguez has looked good throughout the early part of this season with the mounts that he's gotten, and that was a really smart ride, getting out there. If they're not going to go out there in 23:46 or something like that, get out there and be able to get in the race, and he was able to do so. And when that pace was slow, it turned into a 2-horse race, and he had the inside position and was able to get the victory. He gets that win for Ilmar Loaiza to start off the pick 5. This guy's going to be getting some more mounts here. 5th race at 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. I got Stephen Frett on the 6, Riley B, be a double jock mount. Money pretty spread out this race. Is one of those races where nobody can really stand with one horse. I mean, Busting Credit is probably the best horse in the race. He would be a heavy favorite in here. The only vulnerability would be he's coming off the layoff since November. Of course, we saw a horse earlier from the John Buckley barn, Tequila, won off the layoff. And also from this barn, Room Pressure won the 2nd race off of a layoff. So today, a fresh horse is a good horse through the first few races. And Busting Credit does have some good works for his return to the races. He's 5-2. Of course, it's a little cold on the board early. McDonough, who dropped to 11-9 in his second start off a long layoff. I mean, this horse showed a lot of promise as a 2-year-old. Broke his maiden in the second start, and then they tried a stakes race, ran 3rd behind Allure Money in that Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Allure Money won 2 stakes as a 3-year-old last year. Tried Aqueduct competition, didn't do so well, got put on the shelf for a long time. Probably needed a couple races, but the big thing for this horse was he had a horrible start last time. And the comment's right. I mean, this horse lost all chance, was kind of in a tangle out of the start, and still ran pretty well to only lose by 3 lengths or so. McDonough, right now at odds of 7-2, would expect to run better with a better start. The 5-horse is Silent Spectre. This one's the real wild card in here. Made his first start on the dirt as a 2-year-old. Didn't really fire at all. But of course, since has added Lasix. First time Lasix in the 75s, won on the artificial surface. Now, the dam was a good one and from a good family. The dam actually ran 3rd in a grade 2 as a 2-year-old and ran pretty decently on the dirt. So even though this one's kind of unproven on the dirt, the breeding says he should be okay. And he does have a little class coming off the claim for 7,500. Again, Liberated, half to a few good ones too. So this race, you got about 7 minutes to post. We'll start the late pick 4, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double available here.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is out on the track. The 1 is Bold Force with Cabercoa. The 2 is MCRR, Jackie Davis rides. The 3 is McDonough with Carlos Camillo. The 4 is 30 Oysters with J.M. Rohina. The 5 is Silent Spectre, Joel Cruz rides. The 6 is Riley B. Note the rider change to Stephen Frett. And the 7 is Bustin' Credit with Andre Worry. Field of 7 to start the late pick 4. Post time in a little over 4 minutes. Best play of the days here. Now 9-5. The 7 Bustin' Credit. You know, we've seen a lot of curious rides and trips so far for the speed horses in some of these races. They're going really slow early. I don't know if that's a function of the track or just a lack of aggression early. I don't think Andre Worry is going to play that game. I think Andre Worry is going to Bustin' Credit out of here and just go right to the top. At least that's what I'm hoping he does. He's 9-5. He's probably going to be shorter by the time post time comes, but I thought he was the lean today. I just think he's faster than these horses. I think he's a little classier, and I just think he's better. I don't know what happened when he went to the bench, but Paul brings him back for the waiver. Paul's already won a race on the card today. This horse is a very nice work tab, a couple of bullets, best of 33, best of 20, best of 12, going 5. And I would imagine that Andre Worry, one of his main riders, he already won one with Jeremiah Flores. This is his other go-to guy. I can imagine Bustin' Credit goes right to the top. For second, I went to the 2 MCRR, who won a place photo more than a dozen lengths behind East Coast Girl last time for the 5. Nurka Huertas, I like this move, going from the 5 to the 11, bumping this horse up in class off that second. It was a good effort, especially off of almost 6 months. 5 seconds in 14 tries at Finger Lakes, 6 overall in his career. He likes to get checks, but he usually likes to get the minor ones. We'll see if he does the same thing today. Jackie Davis back for Nurka, 5-1 on the tote board. And then the number 3, McDonough, busted away, came back to win again. Might be one of the best horses on the grounds. Barfly, that was his second consecutive win. So this horse has kept some good company. Did not get away from the gate cleanly last time. I wonder if he breaks, if he's a little closer today. And that could help him. Although they have been walking on the front end today. I would imagine that's not going to be the case here with Bustin' Credit. See if Andre Worry just says, see you later, boys and girls, and just puts this one on the front end. 7-2-3 for me. Late pick 4 starts here. I'll be singling the number 7. Bustin' Credit, my best play of the day. Best of luck here in the 5th at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set for the late pick 4. First to load is Bold Force. MC-RR goes in. Here's McDonough. 30 Oysters up next. Silent Spectre goes in. The last two to load are Long Shot, Riley B, and your favorite, Busting Credit, bet down to even money. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside draw. Bustin' Credit between horses. There's Silent Spectre, and along the insides, McDonough. These three have 3 parts of a length on 30 Oysters, who's just ahead of Riley B. Down towards the inside is MC-RR, and a long way back, about a dozen lengths from the top, is Bold Force. Busting Credit applying pressure to Silent Spectre. These two speed off. They have 4 on McDonough, who's trying to keep up in third through a quick first quarter of 22-3. Lightning fast for this afternoon. Silent Spectre and Busting Credit going at it. McDonough's 4 lengths back in third, shadowed by 30 Oysters. Up the inside is MC-RR, then Riley B, and still a good ways back to Bold Force. Midway on the turn, Busting Credit just took charge. Busting Credit put away Silent Spectre through a 46 2/2 and takes them off the turn and into the stretch with a 3-length lead. Busting Credit and Andre Worry have now opened up a 5-length lead. 30 Oysters and McDonough battling it out for second. 30 Oysters going to try to make a race of it with Busting Credit, who's almost home. And past the 16th pole, it's all Busting Credit. He's going to win it by, let's call it, 4.5 on the line. Then it was 30 Oysters, McDonough, and Riley B in 112-2. Number 7, Busting Credit was first. The 4, 30 Oysters second. 3, McDonough third. 6, Riley B finished fourth. Race 5 is official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Busting Credit. The 5-year-old gelding, a son of Bustin' Stones out of the Scarlet Ibis mare accrediting, is a New York bred, owned and trained by Paul Barrow. His second win on the card, winning rider, Andre Worry. $2 double 27 33.20. $2 exacta 74 21.20. 50-cent try 743 11 even. 10-cent super 7436 $11.57. And the 50-cent pick 3 127 $50.75. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch to 3 with dashing speed. Race 6, scratch to 3. Post time for race 6 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, get ready for race number 6. Busting Credit, no doubt about it. Winner looked good in victory. A much the best winner in race number 5. Andre Worry for Barrow. 2 on the day for Barrow. Now, one of the trends today, after Amore Fire won the first race, all 4 winners since then have been horses off the layoff. So a fresh horse has been a good horse on this Monday card. He had Room Pressure, then Tequila off a layoff, and then that was Old Point came off a layoff since October. And then to make it 4 in a row, Busted Credit was expected to win against that field, but was sharp off the layoff to win pretty easily. So 4 straight races have been horses off of the layoff since last year's racing. See if that trend kind of continues. Usually we've seen that before here at Finger Lakes, as these horses have been just pointing towards the second month of racing here at Finger Lakes, and they're fit for that first start instead of the early races. The maiden race is the 6, goes 5.5, scratch the 3, Wit Dashing Speed. Got a short price on the board right now. Eric Ridge, who on paper, numbers-wise, this horse towers over this field. Big question mark, though, of course, is this coming here for the surface, going the shorter distance of 5.5. But numbers-wise, does really have an advantage here. Here's another horse by Tonalist. The Dam's only win was actually on the turf, interesting enough. And this horse is definitely bred to go route. But against this field, it's not supposed to matter because he's just better than these coming to have an open 40 into this Finger Lakes Maiden Special Weight. A little carried away with a couple vulnerabilities at odds of 1 to 9, but he is the horse to beat in here. The other thing you got to worry about a little bit is pace, because there isn't a lot of speed in here. I mean, you got a horse, long shot, Tech Doin might be the one that may show some early speed here. Joe West should be up close to that pace too. Coming off a decent number last time off of the layoff, going first time Lasix as a 3-year-old. And did okay against the older horses. Ran a solid second, coming out sharp, being with that early pace. Now, the pace wasn't that fast that day. They went 23:47. Wouldn't expect to be a fast pace in here either. I mean, you do have a horse coming from Charlestown that shows a little bit of speed, but doesn't really sustain that speed in Tech Doin. This one should be up close and in the race early. Maybe gets first run on the big favorite, Eric to win. And probably the main threat, you would think, is Joe West in here. Right now, he is the second choice on the board at odds of 5 to 1. Pantagelli would go with the trend, as he is off a layoff since November. Again, Barrow's had a couple off the layoff of those 4 in a row that have won. Now, this one maybe more of an underneath type, though, during his career. So a lot of seconds and thirds. Out of his 8 starts, he's hit the board 6 of the 8 and still a maiden. But you would think against this field, a big top 3 threat again. He's the third choice on the board, actually a big price at 8 to 1 because of all the money on Eric Ridge. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in this race. Scratch 3, Wit Dashing Speed.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Pantangeli. Jeremiah Flores looks for his second win of the day. Trainer Paul Barrow looks for his third. The 2 is Tech Twin with Andre Worry looking for his second win on the card. Scratch the 3 with Dashing Speed. The 4 is Central Station with Heeman Harkey. The 5 is Joe West. Luis Perez looks for a riding double. The 6 is Croag Patrick with Kevin Navarro. And the 7's Eric Ridge with Jackie Davis. Field of 6, going to go 5.5. Made in special weight here again. Scratch the 3 with Dashing Speed. The number 7, Eric Ridge, is my top pick. Because he's raced 5 times in the state of Kentucky, 4 in Kentucky, once in Louisiana. And his 5 Beyer speed figures absolutely demolish. His lowest figure is a 73. The highest figure in the rest of the race is a 57. So, on Beyer speed figures, I would imagine any figure you can find, this horse lays over the field. His problem is he's going 5.5 furlongs, and he doesn't have any speed. So, yes, the class relief, the circuit relief offers an abundance of help, but he still has to deal with 5.5. And he's a very short price to do so. I kind of regret it. Joe West, the number 5, is going to have the jump on him, and he's going to have the run of the race because he's either going to be in front or he's going to let Pantangeli go from the inside as Paul Barrow looks for his third on the day with the 1 Pantangeli. Joe West came off the 6 months for Jim Aquilano last time and ran his eyeballs out. He was another one. He took a ton of money. We'll talk later on in race number 8 about Parade Field, who took a ton of money. This horse the day before took a ton of money and ran to it. The only thing he did wrong was get beat. It really wasn't his fault. He busted out of the gate. If he breaks out of the gate the way he did last time, Pantangeli and Jeremiah Flores better be under a full drive because this horse broke like a bullet last time. And then you come to Pantangeli, and Paul's horses have been firing off the layoff. This horse has 3 seconds at the distance, 5 overall in his career. That's his biggest knock, right? Looks like he has a pretty bad case of second-itis, this gelding. With that said, he's more than earned his keep. He only cost $19,000. He's earned $36 already. Pays his bill every month, and comes off the 6 months. He doesn't have as sexy, for the lack of a better term, of a work tab as Bustin' Credit had, but he's not as fast and as accomplished as Bustin' Credit. Still nice enough. 7-5-1 from me as we kick off the final pick 3 of the day. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase at fingerlakesgaming.com. If you have a DRF account, they're free on Mondays in the month of June. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate. And it's post time. First to go in was the number 4 Central Station. In goes Pentangeli. Tech Twin follows. Here's Joe West. Croag Patrick. And your 2 to 5 favorite, Eric Ridge, is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Joe West right to the top. To his inside is Pentangeli, now rushing up between horses. There's Central Station. Between Central Station and Pentangeli at the rails, Tech to win. Dropping back now is Joe West. The 2 trailers are the heavy favorite Eric Ridge and Croag Patrick. A 3-way scramble for the lead. From the rail out, Pentangeli, Tech Twin, Central Station. They go the opening quarter in a 23-second flat opening quarter. Now, Tech Twin backs out as Pentangeli goes on with it. Central Station hot on his heels in second from the back. Here comes Joe West and Eric Ridge. They come as a duo. 5 more back to Croag Patrick. They're heading to the top of the stretch, led by Pentangeli. Pentangeli has the lead by 2.5 lengths. Here comes Eric Ridge. Eric Ridge takes his shot at Pentangeli right now. 47 and 1 for the half. Pentangeli. Here comes Eric Ridge. Eric Ridge right alongside, and the favorite blows on by. It's all Eric Ridge here in deep stretch. He's going to coast to a 2-length win over Pentangeli. Then Joe West and Croag Patrick in 106 and 1. Number 7, Eric Ridge was first. 1, Pentangeli second. 5, Joe West third. 6, Croag Patrick finished fourth. Race 6 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 7, Eric Ridge. The 4-year-old Ridgeling's a son of Tonalist out of the Henny Hughes mare, Great South Bay. Eric Ridge is owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC, trained by Carl Grusmark, winning rider Jackie Davis. $2 double, 7-7, $4.60. $2 exact to 7-1, $4.50. 50-cent try, 7-1-5, $1.97. 10-cent super, 7-1-5-6, $1.40. Race 7 comes up next. It starts today's late double. Scratch to 1A, trivia. Race 7, scratch to 1A. And in race 8, scratch to 1. Joe's had enough. Race 8, scratch to 1. Post time for the 7th is in 22 minutes.
11 minutes to post for race number 7. And Eric Ridge does not let the big chalk players down. That horse got bet heavy down to 1-9. Didn't really get that strong a pace in front of him, but good enough to run down Pantagelli to get the victory. Jackie Davis for Carl Grusmark, just the best in race number 6. 7th race, we scratched the 1A Trivia. And you got another horse with a big numbers edge on the rest of the field, talking about our Fantasy. Same type of thing, though. I mean, this horse is one that she doesn't have a lot for early speed, and she's going to have to come from out of it and get after the speed, so she's got to worry a little bit about the pace scenario. Now, it is 6 furlongs. It looks like I Know You Ain't Talking to Me will provide the pace. She's probably the biggest danger of getting loose in here. But our Fantasy, coming off a top 4 finish last time against arguably tougher optional claiming allowance field last time. Very well bred. I mean, the dam's a 1/2 to 3 stakes winner. The Offspring, maybe one of the better of the Offspring for Starship Fantasy, has had a lot of starts, but he says been over $300,000 in her career. She's hit the board often in her 52 starts, and she's right now a stick on the board at odds of even money. Mentioned I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She ran very well off of the break, considering Isle Storm had to battle a little bit. I mean, well, actually, she surprisingly came from out of it a little bit, as the pace was provided more by Saloon Girl. It's not like they went extremely quick, but she wasn't surprisingly part of the pace that day, and she was able to chase them down. It was a good effort going 4.5 for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Might be a different scenario today. There isn't a lot of speed in here. She might be the one to take the initiative and get the front end, and she's got a legitimate chance to make it 2 in a row off of the good effort off of the break. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me right now at odds of 5-2. She had a very good year last year, was a 4-time winner in 2023. Sweet Shallots is the 1 horse. She was caught wide from an outside post last time. And Amazing Dottie, a big class horse, was off a layoff, but was just simply much the best in that race. That was off of a win going 4.5 against 5,000s. Well, she stays at a little higher price here, as she's in the starter condition, and Sweet Shallot's definitely a player in here, especially if you go back to that off the layoff win that she had going 4.5 back in mid to late April. So she's currently at odds of 6-1, and she's my 3rd choice in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race. You got 9 minutes to post. Scratch the other half of the entry, the 1A Trivia.
The field for race 7's on the track. The 1 is Sweet Shallots with Joel Cruz. Scratch to 1A Trivia. The 2 is Our Fantasy with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Ramon with Jackie Davis looking for a natural double. The 4 is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me with Carlos Camilo. There's the 3 Ramon with Jackie Davis. There's the 6 Saloon Girl with Emmanuel de Diego. And somewhere out there is the 5 All About Catherine with Rafael Rojina Jr. All right, late double time. You know, when this pick 6 sequence started, I thought there was a little bit of a chance with a $103 double. I think that's what it paid, of a carryover. And then we just had a $4.50 double, and I think those hopes and dreams, poof, they went down. And now Our Fantasy, you know, I thought Our Fantasy would be the favorite just because her figs kind of lay over this field. But 2 to 5 is an awfully short price. With that said, if she shows up with any one of her last handful of races, much like Eric Ridge, she is going to get her picture taken today. So I took Our Fantasy, not realizing she'd be this short. The solid part of the entry, the 1 Sweet Shallots, Trivia is going to play tomorrow. Sweet Shallots, you know, she raced really well off the layoff. And then when she came back for the 11,000, it kind of felt like, even though you didn't want to be on the rail, she was just spun way too wide. She was 4 or 5 wide around there. And I'll tell you another thing. For an $11,000 beaten claiming race, that was a loaded race. The first 3 fillies and mares are hickory. And, you know, that's kind of a dressed-up race now by way of running for the nickel last year and this year. She's in for the starter. She's in for the optional claimer here, for the starter part of it, actually. So she's protected again. Deb Reed's done a good job. Protected her off the bench with the waiver. Protected her now with this in this race. The 9-year-old mare, boy, you love these old hard-knocking mares. Classy mare. I think she's the biggest threat to the favorite in here. And then the 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Maybe some would feel she would be, just for the simple fact that there's a chance she can get loose on the lead if Carlos Camilo gets aggressive with her. She sat just off the pace to get the money off the bench last time, going 4.5. Now stretches out to 6. She has a couple of wins going the 6 furlong distance. But, you know, there's not a lot of natural early speed in here. Sweet Shallots had it, but in her last 2 or 3 starts, it's kind of gone away. And Saloon Girl, she kind of has more route speed at this point in her career. So we'll see if I Know You Ain't Talking to Me goes right to the top in here with Carlos Camilo and tries to speed pop the field. I went 2-1-4. See if we can split the favorites with the 1 Sweet Shallots. But I think Our Fantasy is going to be tough here in race number 7, the start of the late double. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time here in race 7. My order of the track veterinarian, the number 5, All About Catherine, is a late scratch. Win, play, show, exacta try, superfecta wagers involving number 5, All About Catherine, will all be refunded. If you started a late double, you will get a refund. If you use this horse in the pick 3, you will get a console pick 3. If you used the number 5, All About Catherine, in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Again, late scratch here in race 7, scratch to 5, All About Catherine. You also get a consolation double ending here in race 7. Again, late scratch to 5, All About Catherine. You have about 3 minutes to post. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Don't forget, folks, late scratch to 5, all about Catherine, leaves us with a field of 5. First to load your odds-on favorite, Our Fantasy. Ramon goes in, looking to give jockey Jackie Davis a natural riding double. Bit reluctant, but she goes in. Here's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Sweet Shallots goes in. Saloon Girls, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Left at the starting gate was your heavy favorite, Our Fantasy. She spots the field more than a half dozen lengths. Complexions changed immediately. Battling for the leads, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Along the inside, Ramon and Jackie Davis shoot through the rail, and they take the lead. It's Ramon ahead. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me second. Length and a half back to Sweet Shallots third. Stacked 4 deep is Saloon Girl. And trying to catch up to the front 4 is Our Fantasy, who was away slowly. 23-1 the opening quarter here. It's Ramon doing battle what I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Sweet Shallots right into contention, just a half length from them in third. Saloon Girl trying to keep up, and from the back, Our Fantasy creeps closer. She still has a half a dozen lengths to make up. The field is making their way to the top of the stretch. 3 across the track. Far outside, Sweet Shallots. Between I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. There's Ramon. Where's Our Fantasy going to go? Kevin Navarro switches her to the outside. The half in 47-1. Sweet Shallots at the lead. Here comes Our Fantasy with a full head of steam down the center and a re-rally. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Neither of them have enough as Our Fantasy from last to first after an impossible break won it by 4. Then it was I Know You Ain't Talking to Me and Sweet Shallots and 112-4. Wow. Number 2, our fantasy was first. 4, I know you ain't talking to me, second. 1, Sweet Shallots, third. 3, Ramon, fourth. 2, 4, 1, 3 in the 7th. Returning to the winner's circle, boy, it's Lima time, is the number 2, our fantasy. The 7-year-old mare is the daughter of Amiris Prince out of the Yes It's True Mare Starship Fantasy. Our fantasy is owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC, trained by Ilmar Loaiza. Her rider, Kevin Navarro. Once again, there was a late scratch here. The number 5, All About Catherine, was a late scratch. If you used her in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you got the favorite at final odds. It was your race winner, the number 2, our fantasy. $2 double 7-2, $3.30, $2 double conso 7-5, 210. $2 exacta 2-4, $6.80, 50-cent try 2-4-1, $5.90, and the 10-cent super 2-4-1-3, $2.45. The finale comes up next. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1. Joe's had enough. Post time for the 8th is in just over 20 minutes. Don't forget, folks, this Saturday, the 156th Belmont Stakes takes place at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Gates open at 10:30 for a special first post at Saratoga at 10:45. Belmont Stakes goes off at 6:41. But the entire card right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Advanced wagering begins Thursday. Don't miss it. The Belmont Stakes from Saratoga right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. One race left today, but each and every Monday in the month of June, the 10th, 17th, just in time for our handicapping challenge, and the 24th, when stakes action returns with the Niagara and the Ontario County, DRF members can download free Finger Lakes DRF PPs each and every Monday in the month of June. It's only at drf.com. And again, that handicapping contest comes your way on Monday, June 17th. $2,500 up for grabs, $1,000 cash prize to the winner. Cash prize is awarded to the top 3 finishers, in fact. It's free for all Lucky North members. No registration fee. It's all free to play. Just be a Lucky North member. And the contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Registration begins at 11:30. That's on Monday, June 17th, the $2,500 handicapping contest. And for you horsemen out there, don't forget the annual Finger Lakes HBBA dinner is this Thursday night at Lincoln Hills Farms at 6 p.m. as we honor our top horses of 2023 and induct owner Wanda Policini into the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Tickets are available through the Finger Lakes HPBA office today. 18 minutes to post for the finale here at Finger Lakes.
getting ready to conclude the Monday card with race number 8. Big effort by our Fantasy. Does not disappoint as the heavy favorite. Actually had some trouble in that race, overcame it, and still figured much the best in race number 7. So a couple short price favorites win the last 2 legs. Our Fantasy, trained by Ilmar Loaiza. That's another win for Ilmar Loaiza. Good looking performance by that one. Now we go to the last race, and last race is a little more open here. We scratched the 1. Joe's had enough. We're going to go a route, distance of 1.70 miles. Horse has not won 2 races since the date, or a race since March 3rd, 2024. And narrow it down to 2 or 3 of them. I mean, you probably, if you have pick 5s, pick 6s going, you probably want to have a few of them in here, because there's some question marks in this race. I did lean towards Reiner, who's a little bit of price at 3-1. Parade Field, the likely favorite right now at odds of even money, is an 8-time winner. But I do like Reiner's races from time to time last year. I mean, kind of a Jekyll and Hyde horse, but when he was on his game, he was really good and better than these. He's running against better bottom claimers at Tampa than what he'll face here. Granted, he wasn't that competitive. He does have the 1/4, but he's a 4-time winner against, there's a few 3-time winners in here. Parade Field's really the only one that's got a lot of wins over his career. Most of them, haven't been to the winner's circle a lot. Of course, Reiner has had his 4 wins and over 30 starts, but it's a Kentucky bred that's really good at the distance. And again, he's got a few month layoff since the Tampa races. And if he runs his race, he's going to be one of the main contenders in here. And he's a pretty decent price right now at odds of 7-2. The favorite is Parade Field, who was kind of a surprise, even though he was 2-1 in his 2024 debut. Really got the pace when the 2 speeds really battled it here. Knight of the Crown didn't expect him to go out there full force to duel, and really set it up for the 2 deep closers. Parade Field more of a router, so was Lucky Manny. They were both making their first start of the year. They ran 1-2 because that pace just collapsed. And even though this one broke slow, it didn't really hurt his chances because he was such a deep closer and he found himself far back, but they just really backed up to him. And so there's glass half full, half empty when you consider this horse, because he's better going long. This is more his distance, but that win that he had was really a case of the pace backing up to him more than running that huge that day. I mean, he did come home in a pretty good time in 112. But the advantage he does have over these horses is he's an 8-time winner against a lot of 3-time winners in this race. He's making his second start, going to preferred distance, and this was probably the spot they were looking at anyway, getting that race under his belt in a sprint last time. So he's currently getting some play at even money. Very logical horse in race number 8. The 2 Benchwalk also ran pretty well in his last start. Solid second behind Old Man Winner, who's always very good in the spring. Old Man Winner's rattled off a couple in a row, and he gave that horse a real battle going 5.5 last time. He's done well going a route in the past. Of course, last year, maybe he needed one of the routes as he lost by double digits before coming back and winning. But if he doesn't, if he has a successful stretch out here, he definitely has a chance to win this race. 2 of his 3 wins have come going to mile 70. Exacta Super offered in the last race. Return tomorrow with live racing with a 1:15 first post.
The field for race 8's about to make its way onto the track for the finale. Don't forget tomorrow, first post 1:15, another 8-race card. And each and every Wednesday in June, first post will be 1:20. 1:20 special first post each and every Wednesday in the month of June. Scratch the 1. Joe's had enough out of race number 8. All covered in the pick 6 except the number 7, Meseta. Here's the field. The 2 is Bench Walk with Luis Perez. The 3 is Reiner with Anthony Rodriguez. The 4 is Don Bernardo with Joel Cruz. Here's the 5, Parade Field with Jackie Davis. The 6 is Oliver with a Twist. Jose Baez rides. And the 7's Meseta with Caber Koa. It's your field of 6. So, in a perfect world, you're alive in the pick 5 to an all button. You'd have invested $24 and you'd be alive from $58 to a few hundred. Because this is a complete head scratcher to me. A Parade Field is even money. I don't think any horse in this race should be lower than 5 to 2, 3 to 1. I went to the 4 Don Bernardo, and Don Bernardo has made 2 starts for trainer Marissa Montserrat, who's 1 for 4 at the meet, and they're both victories. This horse's 2 races here at Finger Lakes are so much better than anything else he had done prior. It's not even funny. And unfortunately, something went amiss in September last year, but Marissa was able to run this horse for 11 and then run for 5,000. And it gets her eligible to run this horse back here off the bench, going the mile and 70 for 5,000. Great edge. Big edge. 4 to 1, decent price, 3rd choice right now. He could use some help in front of him. He is a 1-run closer. And quite frankly, 2 starts back, he got it. Last time, they went sensibly on the front end. This horse paid $100 and change and $24 and change. I don't know how he paid $24 the second time, but he did. 9 to 2 right now for Marissa Montserrat and Joel Cruz. I will land on the 4, Don Bernardo. For second, I will take the favorite Parade Field. Boy, he was a classic case of they knew last time. He took every single dollar on the racetrack and he ran to it. Didn't get away from the gate well, and it didn't matter. He just tipped and whirled with Jackie. Jackie's back. They go from the 6 to the 2 turns. You know what's funny? This horse's form mostly consists of 2-turn races. He was really good in that sprint last time. And they cooked on the front end. Maybe a little pace helps him. I don't know exactly where the paces come from here. It's a very murky pace scenario in here. Maybe it's Oliver with the twist, the number 6 with the race under his belt. Maybe it's the 7 Meseta, who was just too slow coming out of the, going 4.5 and 5.5. Maybe he shows speed going long and 3rd off the layoff for Tim Murphy. It's a very interesting race. I rounded it out with the 2 bench walk. 3rd off the bench, 4 Nurka Huertas. Luis Perez already has a win on the card. He's looking for another one. Jackie Davis abandons to stay aboard Parade Field. Completely understandable. This horse ran, though, against a couple of impressive winners. Buston Pietri was good. Old Man Winter went back-to-back. He ran behind a couple of nice horses sprinting. And it seems pretty clear he wants to go long. Another horse in a race. He's a good price at 6 to 1. He's a good price at 6 to 1. Interesting finale. Don't forget, PPs for tomorrow, courtesy of Equibase, will be up at fingerlakesgaming.com after 5:30 this evening, after 6 o'clock, let's say. Get ready for tomorrow's card. If the 7 Meseta wins, you'll have a double pick 6 carryover for the first time this season. First post tomorrow is 1:15 for the 8 race card. Thanks for joining us today. Best of luck in the finale, and we will see you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the finale, all but the number 7, Meseta, covered in the pick 6. Should Meseta win, it triggers a 2-day carryover into our pick 6. Bench walk, the first to load. Here's Reiner. Don Bernardo looks for 3 in a row dating back to last August. Favorite Parade Field steps forward. Oliver with a twist goes in. And the last to load is Meseta. They're in the gate. And they're off in the nightcap. Off a touch slow was Benchwalk from the inside draw. The 2 outside markers, Oliver to the twist and Meseta, show the way. They open up a 2-length lead over a recovering Benchwalk. Then between horses, there's Reiner settled into 4th. The favorite Parade Field's 5th. He's about 5 lengths from the lead. And the trailer early on is Don Bernardo. They go around the clubhouse turn, led by Oliver with a twist. Oliver with a twist and Jose Baez have a measured length on Meseta, who gets a little bit closer in second. Then Reiner moves up 3 wide through an opening quarter of 25 and 1. Riding the rail is Benchwalk. He's 4 lengths from the lead. He was just passed by Parade Field, and it's about 4.5 lengths back to the trailer, Don Bernardo, as they make their way up the Finger Lakes back stretch 3 across the track. Oliver with a twist at the rail. Meseta between. Reiner to the outside. 2.5 lengths back and 4th is Benchwalk. Parade Field and Jackie Davis bide their time in 5th through a 50 and 2.5. It's still 3 more. Back to Don Bernardo, who's 7.5, 8 lengths from the lead. They make their way along the far turn. Now, Meseta turns up the pressure and puts a half length on Oliver with a twist. Swinging into actions, Reiner, looking for room towards the inside's Benchwalk. Parade Field's under a ride, not responding yet. Jackie goes to work. He still has 3.5 to make up in 1:15 and 1. The trailer's Don Bernardo. They're off the turn and they're into the stretch. Reiner just struck the lead. Reiner has a head on Meseta. Oliver with a twist tries to battle back. Benchwalk and Parade Field try to chime in from off the pace. Reiner's almost home. Meseta's stubborn. Here's Benchwalk between and Parade Field. Reiner, Benchwalk, Parade Field. Reiner's gonna hold on by a neck. Parade Field lunged late but was second best. Then third was Bench Walk in 146 flat in the finale. Photo finish. Photo goes to number 3, Reiner first. 5, Parade Field second. 2, Bench Walk third. 7, Meseta fourth. 3-5-2-7. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Reiner. 6-year-old Gelding's a son of Vancouver. Out of the Langfear mare, Laugh Often. Reiner is owned and trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro. Winning rider, 2 on the day for jockey Anthony Rodriguez. $2 double 2-3, $11.80. $2 exact to 3-5, $13.80. 50-cent try, 3-5-2, $6.65. 10-cent super, 3-5, 2-7, $4 even. 50-cent pick 3, 7-2-3, $3.95. Console pick 3, 7-5-3, $2.55. 50-cent pick 4, $7.60. 50-cent pick 5, 76 even. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6, $926.50. Consolation 5 of 6, $12.20. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The gaming side of the building is open until 4 a.m. for your gaming pleasure. Live racing resumes tomorrow here at 1:15 p.m. with an 8-race card. PPs, courtesy of Equibase, available at fingerlakesgaming.com after 6:30 this evening. Until tomorrow, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us this afternoon. Once again, live racing resumes tomorrow, first post at 1:15. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.